Testing microphone for the YouTube stream.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Toronto Scarborough District Committee of Adjustment. Today is January 18, 2023. To all of you, a very happy new year. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, which is an online digital platform, and it is streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using the WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on the YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. For those who are participating by video, by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to a panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, the meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to a property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on any application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, which is the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision of the Toronto Local Appeal Body TLAB or in some limited circumstances to the OLT or the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies as those defined in the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. In terms of the hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order that it's listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or the agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to receive the notice of application are informed of the revisions. Then individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. We're here to listen to your comments, but repeating the same comments again and again will not advance your cause. Please focus on the applications that's before us today and focus on the variances and speak to those in particular. After that, the discussion will end. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. We have two sessions today, a morning session and an afternoon session. For the morning session, we have items from 1 to 20 as listed on the agenda, and the balance of the items from item 21 to 31 will be dealt with in the afternoon session, which is scheduled to start, I believe, at 1:30 p.m. Before we hear the first item or start with the agenda, may I receive confirmation of the minutes from the last hearing? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of minutes of last meeting, which was held on December 8, 2022.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder to adopt the minutes of the last hearing? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I second that motion.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the minutes from the last meeting have been adopted. May I ask if there are any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items that are listed in the morning session from items 1 to 20? I would like to proceed first. I do have, sorry, that's for the second session. Are there any conflicts for the first session? Member Macaulay.
Madam Chair, I have a conflict with item 9, 40 Bathgate Drive. I was the applicant for the previous variance.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Staff, please note that there's a conflict of interest from Member Macaulay for item number 9. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any requests for deferral for the items listed in the morning session?
Through the chair, there's one deferral request in the morning session. It's item number 15, 29 Leahann Drive. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning.
Thank you, Colin. Staff, can we please have the applicant April Wong online? Hello, April.
Hi, this is April.
Good morning, April. So we have a request of deferral from you on this application. Do you have any comments at this time?
No, I would just like to confirm the deferral.
Thank you very much, April. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or concerns with this request for deferral? I see none. All right. Can I please have a motion on the request for deferral for item 15, which is 29 Leahann Drive, and that would be deferral sine die? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the applicant has confirmed the deferral request, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for deferral of item number 15, sine die.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Member Igor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second that motion for deferral.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been deferred sine die. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee members.
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any further requests for deferral?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you. All right. So we will now proceed with vetting the agenda, and this is for the morning session. Agenda items 1 to 20. We'll start with our first item. Item number 1 is for 3454 Danforth Road. And I do not see any registered speakers on this application. Can I please have the applicant, and that would be Ali Mansoor Tagavi? Hello, Ali Mansoor, are you there? Good morning, Ali Mansoor, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, sir. Thank you. So, Ali Mansoor, we have your application before us. We are vetting the agenda. There are no registered speakers for your application, so we would like to know if you have any comments at this time. Also, I want to ask you if you have reviewed all the conditions, in particular from Metrolinx. Do you have any comments or questions at this time?
Yes, I reviewed the comments from Metrolinx, and there's no problem with us to accept their condition.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or comments at this time? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very brief question. We can handle it at this stage. Mr. Ali, could you let me know, because you are building a residential dwelling over the existing commercial property. Is there a parking, designated parking allotted to this commercial property, or would you be using the parking in the strip mall?
Yes, we comply with the bylaw for the parking needs for this property, and planners did not have any issue with the parking for this. But there is a backyard which have access from the back lane, which they can park cars and also bicycles.
Does that satisfy your question, Member Said? There are no concerns
you,
with
Madam
respect to parking. Nothing was identified by staff at this time, so I guess the parking works.
Yeah, I am okay with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. If there are no further comments, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This variance before the committee, I understand quite minor, appropriate, because this is already aligned with the existing property. So I put forward motion for approval of item number 1, subject to the Metrolinx recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Igor, please go ahead.
I second that motion for approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Igor. All in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved, subject to the condition of Metrolinx. That was the condition, right, in the motion? Okay, perfect, thank you. Thank you, Ali Mansour, for your time. We now move on to our second item, item number 2, and that is 77 Oakley Boulevard. And there are registered speakers on this application, so we will hold down item number 2, which is 77 Oakley Boulevard. Item 2 is being held. Item 3, 21 EARLTON Road. I note that there is a registered speaker, so we will hold down this item. Item 3, 21 EARLTON Road is being held for further discussion. Thank you. Item 4, 33 August Avenue. There are no registered speakers. Can we please have Lena Rodriguez, please? Good morning, Lena. Are you with us?
Yes,
Okay. So Lena, we have your application before us today for minor variance application. And are you aware that there are conditions from Urban Forestry as well as Metrolinx?
yes, we do.
And do you have any concerns or comments on the recommended conditions of approval?
No, Madam Chair, the owners agree to all those conditions.
Thank you for that confirmation, Lena. Members of the committee, any questions on this application? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lena, could you confirm that is this a 3-story building? And if it is that, is the next building to your property is the same height, and that too is a 3-story building?
The zoning examiner identified it as 3-story building, but actually it's only two-story, the ground floor, and the second floor is for the main dwelling, and the basement is for a secondary suite. Because of the height for the flat roof design, it's considered as 3-story. And so the next door neighbor actually is also 2-story, but this they have quite a slope roof. And the other dwelling there that is on the same street, I think it's it's in the photo that I submitted. It's also flat roof with 2-story, actually, because that lower level is in the basement level.
So these are all 2-story dwellings on either side. So it's the way the story is being
Yes.
calculated that it renders it as 3 stories.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
Is that fair, Member Said, or do you want further clarification?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I believe so. This is quite in line to the character of the street and to the nearby properties. They look like, from the street view, they look like 3-story buildings, but as the applicant have clarified it, the basement is the 1st story. So yeah, I am okay with that response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions or comments, so if there are none, can I please have a motion on this application? And there are conditions of urban forestry and metro links, and the applicant has confirmed that she doesn't have any concerns. Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, this development is matching with the character of the street, so I am okay to put forward motion for approval of item number 4. There are conditions to the metro links, and there are conditions. This approval is subject to the condition of urban forestry, condition number 3.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
I will second that motion, subject to the 2 conditions.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now move to item 5. Item 5 is for 895 Milner Avenue. There are no registered speakers. Can I please have the applicant, Jim Levac? Hello, Jim.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jim. Jim, we have your application before us. There are no speakers. Do you have any comments at this time? And also, have you had the chance to look at the comments of urban forestry?
Yeah, there was a memo sent down to Colin Ramdial from Forestry on January the 16th, advising that the incorrect conditions 2 and 3. So at this point, I don't believe there are forestry conditions.
That is correct. You're right. There are no conditions. There was a supplementary information. Yeah.
Yeah. And the only other correspondence I've seen are a memo that came down from Economic Development supporting the proposal. It's a bit of a good news story. We're creating a new employment use, 50 to 70 employees. So hopefully committee sees fit in approving the application.
That is correct. Yes, we do have that on file and we've reviewed it. Thank you for that. Yes, this is a good news story for sure. It's definitely adding to the employment needs. Okay, so member of the committee, any questions for Jim? Member Said.
Madam Chair, Jim, I was just wondering. Usually we have the variances where the parking spots the applicants are deficient, but here there is one variance and you are providing like almost double number of parkings in the front yard. That is the variance. Could you just? I was just wondering, what are the triggering factor that all these parking spots are in the front yard?
Yeah, so it's kind of a technical variance because the way the bylaw is worded, it's almost, the intent of the bylaw is to restrict the parking based on the amount of wall frontage a building has onto a public road. And what we have here is a very irregularly shaped parcel of land. It's about 268 meters long. So we're not creating any sort of a condition here where the parking, dominates the front of the streetscape. And also the building's on a curve, so the building only faces maybe 30% or sorry, 60% of the entire site. But from an operational perspective, the real issue here that's sort of triggering the way this thing's laid out is safety, because you're going to have trucks coming in and out, and they're going to be taking a circuitous route around the building. So we're segregating the employee and the visitor parking to the front of the building or off to the side so that they're not conflicting with the truck traffic. If you have a look at the site plan.
Yeah,
The
so
other
if,
thing is,
sorry,
so
for member Said's benefit, if you take a look at it's just the way the site is, it's configured. If you look at it, the plan before this, Eric? There you go.
yes, that's the one.
So that would, technically, that's the front yard, but if you look at it, it's actually on the side of at the side of the building.
Yeah. And the other thing that we've done with the work of staff is we've created a number of landscape islands along that frontage of the building to break up the parking. So you don't have, a consecutive row of 48 stalls. You've got about groupings of about 7 or 8 stalls at a time. And then there's a landscape island and then another grouping of parking. So it sort of it breaks it up and then improves the streetscape of the building.
And there's a landscape strip as well abutting Milner Avenue. Jim, can you
Yes,
clarify?
yes.
Okay. So that adds
Yeah,
that provides that additional buffer or screening from the street as well. All right? Member Said, is that okay, or is there a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, I was looking at the lot shape, and you are 100% right. Technically speaking, this is actually on the site, and there is a buffer. There is a buffer to the front street, which is a very good thing. So I support that. Thank you very much, Jim and Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion at this time, please, if there are no further comments. Member Igor?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'll put a motion for approval for item 5, 895 Milner Avenue with no conditions.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please.
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion to approve.
All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next item. This is item 6. It's 56 LAURALYNN Crescent. There are no registered speakers. Can we please have Lena Rodriguez again as the applicant for 56 LAURALYNN Crescent?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Okay, so again, Lena, we have your application before us. Any comments at this time? And there's one condition of urban forestry. Have you looked at it?
Now, owner agreed to the conditions of the urban forestry.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for Lena? This is 56 LAURALYNN Crescent. Okay, if there are no questions or comments, can I please have a motion? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, the 3 variances before the committee, which are FSI, building length, and building depth, all of them are minor appropriate. So I put forward motion for approval of item 6, subject to urban forestry condition number 3.
Thank you. And sorry, a seconder, please. Member Macaulay, go ahead, please.
I will second that motion for approval.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved, subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. Moving to item 7. Item 7 is 386 MANSE Road. There are no speakers, so can we please call upon the applicant, Saba El Matno. Hello?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sabal Matnu. I'm from QBS Architects. I'm the agent.
Thank you very much, Sabah. Sabah, we have your application, and there's two conditions that have been recommended by Urban Forestry. Have you had a chance to look at it, and do you have any questions or concerns with those conditions?
Yes, absolutely. We have looked at it and we are in agreement. We already hired an arborist actually, and we are willing to plant a tree in the front.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving to members of the committee. Any questions, members of the committee, on this application? I don't see any hands there. Okay, if there are no questions or comments, can I please have a motion? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The variances regarding FSI, frontage, and building depth, yes, I think there are three variances and minor in nature appropriate. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 7 and subject to condition of urban forestry, condition 2 and condition 3.
Thank you. And can I please have a seconder? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll second that motion to approve.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application for 386 Mans Road has been approved, subject to condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item 8. Item 8 is 24 KENMARK Boulevard. I note that there is a registered speaker on this application, so we will hold this down for discussion. So 24 KENMARK Boulevard is being held for discussion. Okay, we move to item number 9. Item number 9 is 40 BATHGATE Drive, and there are 2 registered speakers on this application, so we will hold down this item and come back to it. So item 9 for 40 BATHGATE Drive is being held for further discussion. Item 10 is 20 ROBINTIDE Court. However, I do note that we have a memo from Urban Forestry recommending refusal of one of the variances. So I would like to hold this down and give an opportunity to the applicant to speak to that particular comment and concern from Urban Forestry before we decide on this application. So item 10 for 20 ROBINTIDE Court is held for further discussion with the applicant. Item 11, 20 SATOK Terrace. There is a registered speaker on this application, so we will hold down this application. So 20 SATOK Terrace is being held for further discussion. Item 12, 9 Knightsbridge Road. And there are no registered speakers. Can I please have the applicant and the owner, Michael Chipman? Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Good morning. So, Michael, we have your application before us, and it's a fairly straightforward application. Do you have any comment at this time for us?
No, nothing of concern.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. All right, members of the committee, any questions or comments for Michael? This is 9 Knightsbridge Road. There are no conditions from any department or agency. I see no hands for comments, so can I please have a motion on this application? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Thank you. I recommend approval of this variance. It looks very straightforward and minor, in my opinion, and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Say, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously, and the application has been approved for 9 Knightsbridge Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to item 13. Item 13 is 164 Grey Abbey Trail, And there are no registered speakers, so I guess we can proceed. Can we please have the applicant, John Kenthal? Hello, John, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John, for your application. We've reviewed your application, and I don't see any conditions of approval recommended from any staff, department, or agency. Do you have any comments on your application at this time? Would you like to say anything, or do you have any comment before we proceed?
No comments.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any comment or question? So again, it's a straightforward application to allow a deck, and there is one variance that's requested. Okay, I don't see any hands for comments, so if the, oh, Member Gary. Gary, you're on mute, I believe. Still on
Madam
mute.
Chair.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. No, that's fine. I was going to say, really, the variance just relates to a platform and its level. Accordingly, I have no concerns and be happy to put forward a motion to approve, and there are no conditions.
Thank you. Gary, may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion. It's a very minor deck that is being asked for. Although it's on the bluffs, it is miles and miles and miles, or appears to be miles and miles from the edge of the bluffs. And I note that TRCA is satisfied, so there is no issues.
Perfect, thank you. All in favor of this motion? The application has been approved, and for the deck that is miles away from the bluff, I guess. Thanks a lot. So we're going to move on to our next application.
Thank you.
Next application is application item number 14, and that is 126 Dorset Road. There are no registered speakers other than the agent or the owner, so can we please have the agent, Axon Emma Tiditi? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, is this Axon?
Hi. Yeah. Hi. Hello, Mr. Speaker. My name is Nancy Mitsubishi. I'm the district owner of 120 Dorset Road.
Sir, we're not getting clarity here. Can you speak a little closer to your microphone? It's a little bit of a mumbling.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Okay. Yeah, I'm the registered agent for this project at 120 Dorset Road.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I'm gathering is you're Nader Hussain, who's the owner of the property. So Nader, have you had a chance to look at the conditions of urban forestry, and do you have any questions or concerns with the recommended condition?
We have.
You've looked at it, and do you have any concerns with the recommended condition?
I'm very okay.
Okay, you're okay with the condition. All right. Members of the committee, do you have any comment at this time or question? I
No,
see.
we don't. We don't have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, committee members. So I'm moving to committee members now. Committee members, if there are no comments or questions, can I please have a motion? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty straightforward case with three variances. Actually, there are two variances which are about height and one is about the FSI. So these are minor in nature, appropriate. I put forward motion for approval of item number 14, and applicant has already acknowledged the urban forestry condition. So this approval is going to be conditional with the urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Member Said. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to approve with that urban forestry condition.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you. There were some happy residents here. Okay, moving to item 16, 12 Captain Hall Court. There are no registered speakers other than the applicant and the owner. Can I please have the applicant, Miaoui Zhu? Hello, good morning. Hello? Can we have, I guess, the second speaker, Saini, if we can connect with Miaoui? Okay, Saini's not there. Hello, Miaoui, are you there? Okay, so staff sees you
Hello.
online. Hello, yes, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me right now? Okay. Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. So we applied for the building permit to some changes to the existing walkout basement, and the zoning department finds out the existing side yard setbacks for the existing dwelling is in deficiencies. That's why we are applying for the minor variance to legalize the existing side setbacks for the current main building.
Okay, all right. So the setbacks are existing. This application is to
Yes,
recognize the existing side yard setback and for the canopy. All right. There were conditions of urban forestry. There was one condition. Have you looked at it and do you have any question or concern with it? Hello, Miaoui? Okay.
Oh, sorry, I got muted. Sorry. No, so we don't have any concerns.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Members of the committee, any questions, comments? Okay, if there isn't any, then can I please have a motion? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is an existing condition, so actually there is nothing much to be looked into, but still the variances are within safe zone, and I'm okay with that. Therefore, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 16, and there is a condition number 2 from the urban forestry.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to approve with that condition.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously, subject to condition. Thank you.
So much.
Moving to item 17. Item 17 is 42 Guildcrest Drive. I note that there are 3 registered speakers on this application, so we will hold down this item for discussion. So item 17, 42 Guildcrest Drive is being held for further discussion. Item 18, this is 4395 Shepherd Avenue East. There is a registered speaker on this application, so we will hold down this item and come back to it in the main body. So item 18 for 4395 Shepherd Avenue East is being held. Item 19, 24 Anson Avenue. I note that there are 2 registered speakers on this one as well, so we're going to hold down this item and come back to it. So 24 Anson Avenue being held for further discussion. Item 20, which is the last item on the morning agenda, 134 Gradwell Drive. There's 1 registered speaker. We will hold down this item and come back to it. So 134 Gradwell Drive, item 20, is being held for further discussion. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda for the morning items. There were 20 items. I would just like to recap all the items that have been held for further discussion. So item 2, item 3, item 8, item 9, item 10, item 11, item 17, item 18, item 19, and item 20. Perfect, thank you very much. So let's begin with the first item that was held for discussion, and that is item number 2 on the agenda. The address is 77 Oakley Boulevard. Can we please have the applicant Yasu Somalangam, please? Hello, Yasu, are you with
The
us?
committee, yes, Madam Chair, and the committee, my name is Yaso Somalingam. I'm the authorized agent on this application. This application was on the agenda about 4 months ago. And at the time, at the request of Heritage, we postponed the hearing because they said that there could be a possible heritage house or designation, but it did not show up at the time when we did the zoning review. But anyhow, we listened to them, and then we held this application until they clear it. And recently they cleared it, and they said that this is no longer a heritage house. And basically the application is for 2 variances. One for the deduction of the garage size on this application, as well as the total GFA requirement. Compared to what we have done in the past with this neighborhood, mainly the most of the comments are about the magnitude and the size of the houses and sort of thing. But what we have done is that we have kept all the front yard setback, side yard setback, rear yard setback, and even the maximum length of the house under the required parameters to keep to fit in the neighborhood. This is a single family residence house, and the variance what we are seeking is minor in nature. It's meet 3 tests of the Planning Act, and I request the committee to approve this application.
Okay, thank you, Yasu, for that description. So it's an existing 1-story house that's going to be demolished and rebuilt to a 2-story dwelling, and there is 2 variances that's being requested, correct? And that's for the
That's correct.
floor space and the width of the 2 parking spaces. Okay, the lot coverage, I believe. Yeah, okay. So, members of the committee, do you have any questions? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This application was deferred for the applicant to consult with the Heritage Preservation Services. Yasu, did you meet with them?
Yes, yes, Madam. The Heritage has confirmed this is no longer a Heritage house, and they are not going to designate this as a Heritage house, and we got that in writing from them. So they did the investigation, and then they came up with us and then said it's not. So that's the reason I'm here again with the committee.
Sorry if I may interrupt.
Okay,
Member Macaulay, we have on the supplementary agenda, we have the report from Heritage Preservation Services dated January 17, confirming that they no longer require this building to be looked at from heritage conservation perspective.
Chair, I received that letter. The question that I wanted to know was whether the applicant had met with them and whether, and Yasu, I've got a second question. Did you consider any revisions to your building so that it's more in keeping with the other houses on the street that are of heritage consideration?
Madam Chair, there's no requirement for the heritage requirements here. So we went through with the heritage committee planner, and then we got the clearance from them. We work on some projects where it's a heritage requirements, and we know how that to be addressed. So anyone in this neighborhood have an option to build the house the way they want, and as far as they meet the zoning parameters and sort of thing. So here we are the same scenario here, and we have considered some kind of a heritage look, but this heritage look is not what the neighbors are looking for maybe. But we went through with the heritage planning personnel. We did not meet them due to COVID, but we have contacted them over the phone. We had meetings with them, we had discussions, and they finally cleared that it's not a requirement for us to do any kind of a heritage look on this house.
Okay, thank you, Yasu. And just to be clear, the application that we saw in August, the building elevations, those are the same building elevations that you're proposing now. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from any other member? I see none. All right, thank you, Yasser, for your time. We'll move on to speaking with our neighbors now. So the first registered speaker listed on our list is Phil Blake. Hello, Phil, are you with us? Hello, Phil. Staff, do you need to give any instructions on this?
Through the chair, Phil, you are unmuted.
Hello, Phil?
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes,
No.
I'm the owner. My wife and I own and live at 75 Oakley Boulevard, the residence directly south of the proposed dwelling.
Okay,
The
and
desire to build a larger home for his family. Sorry?
sorry, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, so let us know of your
the
concerns.
I understand the desire to build a large home to accommodate his family, but I believe the proposed dwelling far exceeds what could be considered appropriate for the site and will negatively impact the neighboring homes, the enjoyment of our backyard, and would make it much harder for us to sell our home. And therefore, proposed minor variance to increase the maximum lot. This new home will extend more than 18 feet past the end of our house into the backyard. And in addition, this 35-foot high building, only 4 feet from our property line, will be a massive brick eyesore and blocking the beautiful lines of the neighboring homes. If you look at the site location plan provided with the, you notice looking north, neighboring property. This will all be blocked with this dwelling. Most consider the fact the owner does not have zoning examiner review the plans, and therefore could potentially be other bylaw infractions unknown and not being addressed here. The most obvious of concern is the example provided on the zoning waiver that this building exceeds the maximum index by 40%. They also have an issue with the windows overlooking our backyard patio. This will greatly reduce our privacy. Further, this house also exceeds the maximum height restrictions. They were able to circumvent this by an imaginary line, creating a walkway between the houses. This walkway is 4 feet above the existing. This is unacceptable, and I do not see how this could ever pass a lot grading process. And because of the water runoff issues, and the fact that there'll be a large retaining wall required along the full length of our house. Additionally, we have concerns about the parking. After meeting with the owner, who I assume were his adult children living in the house, it's my expectations that the 5 bedrooms are all met. They're possibly their partners and spouses. I think it's fair to assume that all, or if not, many, if not all, would require parking. Not to mention the unutilized basement with its own separate entrance, which could become an in-law suite or rental income, increasing parking requirements. I do not see why this building could not be coverage. If they were to remove one of the bedrooms and bathrooms from the upper level, along with the main floor, and put them into the this would eliminate the need for the lot coverage, the need for overlooking our yard, eliminate the potential for a 6th and 7th bedroom being added, and it would also result in the plan making, possibly meeting the permitted floor space index. The only thing left would be the height of the building, which could probably also be accommodated with a design change. And to fit in with the neighborhood, like we were speaking earlier, I would much rather see a modern design with a flat roof using a combination of brick and siding. This would go a long way in blending in pitched roofs with brick and siding as well. The house as designed as it is today, although it'll be beautiful in a different setting, in our Midland Park community, it would stick out like a sore thumb. So I want to thank you for letting me share my concerns, and I do have one that I just have some questions left. That's it.
Thank you, Phil, for taking the time to speak with us. Unfortunately, you were cutting out quite a bit. It wasn't that bad at the beginning, but then towards the end. So maybe last 5-6 seconds, what did you say? You said something, but we just could not get it.
Did you the parking issue?
Yes, sorry, what?
The fact that there'll be a lot of parking required for this new home and all the adults living in it.
Yeah, so we did capture all your concerns in relationship to the proposed application or development, parking, lot coverage, brooms. We caught all of that. I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing else significant that you said in the last 5 to 10 seconds.
Well, at the end there, I was just saying that this home could be redesigned,
Okay.
quite easily be redesigned to accommodate the owner and meet all the bylaw requirements. And also maybe the look could be addressed with a flat roof with brick and siding materials to match the existing homes that have low pitched roofs and brick and
Okay.
siding.
All right, we got that. Okay, thank
I
you,
mean,
Phil.
the design as is sticks out like a sore thumb.
Understood. Thank you. So a couple of things here. I want to speak to your comment regarding the waiver. So an applicant's not required to go through zoning review. Should they choose to proceed without zoning review by building staff, they have the ability to do so. They just have to sign a waiver. So they signed a waiver. In this case, it means that they take responsibility that if they have missed any variance that's required, they're responsible for it. I can assure you that a building permit cannot be issued until all the zoning requirements are met. So if in your observation and your calculation there are exceedances or deficiencies, those will be caught at the building permit stage, and the applicant would have two options: either to come back to the committee to seek additional variances for those deficiencies, or comply with the zoning requirements, which is to reduce whatever the deficiencies are. They would have to address and comply with the zoning regulations. So unfortunately, I can't help you with what's not there. I can only help you with what's before us, which are the two variances, one related to the width of the 2 parking spaces and the other related to the lot coverage. They, based on what we have before us, it appears that they comply with all the all the side yard setbacks, floor space index, landscape requirements, any of the other regulations that are relevant. 2-story buildings are permitted as of right, and based on what we have seen here, it appears to comply. If there are any deficiencies, I repeat, that will be caught at the building permit stage. Architectural design perspective, again, that is a matter that's outside of the jurisdiction of the committee. We can make a comment, but we cannot make that a requirement. In terms of a contemporary look versus a traditional or a heritage look, again, that's something that we don't have the authority to exercise that. This is why Member Macaulay did ask the question of the applicant if they had consulted with Heritage Preservation Services regarding the architectural design. And as we heard, there was no comment or requirement as such to comply with any heritage architectural design side of things. We also have a memo from or report from Heritage Preservation Services, and they also have not identified any such requirement, which again ties our hands, and unfortunately that's something that we can't help you with in requiring or obtaining that from an architectural design perspective. But your comments have been noted, and I'm sure Yasu, the applicant, will respond to it when he comes back and provides rebuts the comments. Thank you very much. We have Tracy Blake as well, who has registered to speak with us. Tracy, are you with us?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm with my husband.
Okay, so would you like to speak, or?
Oh, we did miss some of the questions. We had some questions that weren't answered from my husband's speaking. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. You have 5
Can you hear
minutes. Yes, I can hear you. You have 5 minutes. You can use this time to either provide comments or ask any questions of us.
Okay, so you said that if there were any other issues found during the building process or the zoning examination, that either it would come back through the same process again, so we would be notified, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and we're kind of concerned about the backyard, because we've treated our backyard that we think would clearly fall under the protection of the Committee of Urban Forestry Policy, which states that no excavation, grade changes, cutting of tree roots, process does this review, or what effect can that have on their neighbors' pursuit of building permit?
That is correct. So Urban Forestry has reviewed the application, and they have recommended to the committee that should committee approve the application, that a condition be imposed, which is condition number 2 of Urban Forestry, which says the applicant would have to submit an application or a permit to injure or remove a tree.
So has he done that or hasn't done that, or
If he has
communicated to us?
So if he has done that, good for him. If he hasn't, he would be required, and should the committee approve it, approve the application today with that condition, he will be required to obtain that permit from Urban Forestry, and that would be a requirement when he applies and obtains his building permit.
And we would be notified about that how?
I'm not sure if you would be notified. I don't believe there's a process in place that you would be notified of that permit, but you are well within your rights to contact the Urban Forestry Department to ask the question if a permit has been obtained for that particular development.
Okay. And we're concerned about the existing retaining walls and the privacy fence between the properties now. Is the owner process? Current drawings don't show any related details.
So Tracy, we lost you for a bit. You got cut out, but from what I understand, your question is there's a retaining wall and a fence on the property line, and would the applicant be required to address that, even though it's not shown on the plan? So yes, to your question, yes. Any shared fence or retaining wall on the property line would have to be looked at through the detailed drawings, through the building permit process. The idea is that this proposed development should not affect any structures on adjacent properties or cause any adverse impacts on structures or such as retaining wall and fences that are shared between two property owners. So those matters will be looked at through the building permit process. For our purposes, for the purposes of the variance application, that's not a requirement to be shown on the application if that is not the subject of the variance. In this case, it's not the subject of the variance, and hence it's not being shown on the plan. But again, I recommend that if you have concerns with that, feel free to reach out to the building department when the permit application is submitted, so that you can see if there's any effect to that fence or the retaining wall on your property.
Before you decide for the increased lot coverage, I wish you would take into account that the example in the zone waiver states that they exceed the maximum floor space index by.
So I don't know, Phil, which one you're referring to.
Just proves that recharge.
The notice of
On the zoning waiver?
the zoning waiver, sure, we can take a look at it, but we have to, as a committee, look at the two variances that are on the public notice. That forms the official or the formal notice, statutory notice for the variances. And what we can look at are the two variances that are before us today, which is on the public notice. If something has been missed from the public notice, it was identified in the waiver or a review that is not on this, that would have to be brought back again to this committee if that requires a variance.
Okay, okay, I understand.
No, that's a fair question. If there's a
fine. Thank you.
discrepancy, it's good to know that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the owner's trying to take this one step at a time to slip something through, that's all.
Okay, fair enough.
If he gets the minor variance for the lot coverage, then why wouldn't you give him the maximum floor index at a later date? I'm worried about it.
I hear you, but if one is required, then the applicant will be required to come back.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to share your comments and ask the questions of us. I would like to go back to Yasu now to respond to the concerns raised with the lot coverage that is being requested, and if there's other clarification that he would need to provide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the neighbors' concerns. Actually, yes, this area has kind of a different style of houses being built in those days, and the new trend is changing. Like whoever demolishing and then building a new house, they are going with the new requirements, so the new taste of the trade. So the communities they are looking for now. Normally, this type of the elevation control or the heritage control is done by the Heritage Act and the Planning Act under site plan approval conditions. None of those are implied on here. So my client has the wish to do the design the way they are looking for, and also to have it in the general conformity of the zoning bylaws and requirements across Toronto. So we have used those guidelines, and then we came up with this plan. As I said, the two variances we are requesting is at 5.8 meter requirement for the garage width, and we are asking for 5.63. And the other one is that the lot coverage is 33% to 37.4%, which is about 13% increase. And typically when you ask for lot coverage, if you go beyond the setback lines, you are exceeding your lot coverage requirements. But here we are well within the rear yard setback, side yard setback, front yard setback, and even the maximum depth. So we are not exceeding anywhere and then asking for the lot coverage. So we are within that requirements. We understand the urban forestry comments, and we will comply to that. With the results of consultation with the urban forestry, we will be looking into relocating the walk-up basement to the other side so that there's minimum impact to that tree, even though we are away from the tree protected zone. Other than that, we will be, yes, we put the zoning waiver here because there were delay on getting the zoning notice from the planning examiner because he went on a sick leave. But we comply to that, and then we will not be seeking any further variances on this matter. And we will comply if there's any other additional issues come on the zoning process. And other than that, the grading drawings will be properly done to comply all the requirements, especially considering those retaining walls and so on. And since we have 1.2 meter setbacks on both sides, even on the one side, it's an angle lot, it's a 1.2, so our setbacks are even more than 1.2 most of the scenarios. And we'll definitely comply all the grading requirements, and then we'll do a proper engineering grading drawings for this project to ensure that there's no water or anything going into neighbor's property.
Okay, thank you, Yasu, for confirming that. I think that, based on my notes, I think those were the concerns that were raised by the applicant. I just want, sorry, the neighbors. I want to open the floor for committee members if they have any questions of Yasu or any clarification that they need to seek. Committee members? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I don't have the zoning waiver available or in front of me, but and the issues that are concerning the objectors really don't speak to the two requested variances. So I'm just wondering if Yasef could speak for a few minutes on FSI. What's essentially, would he be meeting the standard in the zoning bylaw, or is there anticipated a further minor variance application?
Thank you.
I said, yes, we are well within the FSI requirements, and we will not be seeking any minor variance application on FSI.
Right. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, Member McKay. I think it's good to clarify that and then put it on record as well, since it was raised as an objection. Okay, any further comments? Member Macaulay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have some comments. I just did a quick calculation, and I believe this application has been first came to us 5 months ago, and the applicant had obviously time to telephone the Heritage Preservation Services. Has the applicant revised his application so that it is further along in the process and had it reviewed so that he's assured that there are no other variances?
Yes, ma'am. We have checked, and there's no additional variances required. And since we put the application with the waiver, we had to continue with that and then finish it off. But we, as I said earlier, and we will not be seeking any other additional variances. And only issue at the time was the heritage requirement, and the heritage was under the impression that this house might be listed, or it's to be designed as per the heritage requirements. And it was a very lengthy communication between us and the heritage planners to get this answer, so that's why it's got delayed. The homeowner was patiently waiting for it until we make sure all these things are done properly. So we got the results in email, and then we got the confirmed letter for the committee before you on 17th.
Okay. Thank you for your clarification that you don't anticipate any additional variances beyond what we have today. That's helpful. Secondly, I'm going to comment, I am disappointed that you didn't make any changes to your building elevation to be somewhat more in line with other houses in the street. I understand there is no requirement to build in accordance with heritage guidelines. So my comment really is I am disappointed. But the committee doesn't have the authority to require anything further. That's all my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay, for that. Before I proceed with committee making a decision, just want to make sure with other members, I don't see any hands up there. Okay, so thank you, Yasu, and I think we had a good deliberation. Let's focus on the application now that's before us and the two variances that are being requested of us. So members of the committee, any thoughts, or are you ready with the motion? Okay, all right. I'm looking for a motion now. Member Gary, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you said, there are just two variances, and we've canvassed them well. I think that the tests under the Planning Act are met. So I would move approval of the variances subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Seconder, Member Igor, go ahead, please.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We go to item number 3 now. Item number 3 is 21 EARLTON Road. And can we please have the applicant or the owner, Somil Bhatt? Hello.
I'm here. My name is Saumil. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of the homeowner for 21 Alton Road. I'm one of the design team. And we are proposing a single family dwelling unit on the same address, or around 3,100 square feet, which is 285 meters square. We need relief. We need approval from the committee regarding lot coverage area. As per the zoning, it is 33% allowed.
Sorry, Somil. Sorry, if I may just interject for a moment. So just so that committee can follow and it's all up front, staff, could you please, and as I understand that the variance application has been amended, so let's have the notice up on the screen and then you can walk us through on exactly what is being requested. Okay?
Okay.
So just give a moment. Eric is pulling it up on the screen for us. And then you can walk us through all the variances and the changes that have been made. Okay, so there you go. So first, on page 1 of the notice, the first variance is for the floor space index.
Yes, the floor space index as per the zoning is 0.5, 5 times the area, where we are proposing 0.66, is slightly higher. The second one is lot coverage area, which is 33%
Sorry,
allowed.
Eric, this is not the right one. This is not the right one. There's one that is amended. It's on the supplementary agenda. Perfect. That's the one.
Here it is.
Excellent. Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm going to the point number 2. Hello.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm moving to the point number 2. The lot coverage by the zoning bylaw is 33% allowed, permitted, and when we are proposing 35%, and the maximum height is 8.6 meter, where we have showing 8.5 meter, which is good, and building length is slightly off. The permitted is 17 meter, which is item number 4, and we are off by 0.8 meter, which is 2 foot and 7.5 inches. And rear yard setback is 9 meter, and we are proposing 8.6 meter. We are off by 1 foot and 8 inches. And the front yard is 9.33 meter, which is permitted. We are proposing 9 meter, which is 1 foot and 1 inches off. And the driveway width is 5.9 meter. We are proposing 5.7, but we will modify it to make it to the as per the building norms, which is fine. So that's all from my side.
So for the last one, variance number 7, you say we can alter it if it is required to. What does this mean? Are you altering it or are you keeping it? You got to make a decision here.
No, I think after that, I sent one PDF, which is not this one, which I put, yes, we will modify it to 5.7.
Okay, so all right. Is this still a variance or not?
Not a variance. We will modify it to
So,
make it,
so
as per the
basically, you will revise your design to remove variance number 7.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So variance number 7 is no longer required. The applicant has confirmed that he is going to modify to remove it. All right. So just a quick question before you proceed. All these amendments, are they made as a result of some discussion with staff, or is it something that you took it upon yourself to reduce?
No, I spoke to some staff member. They requested, they suggested to make changes, and we did it.
Okay.
And this is the result.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So this is your
No, right,
application. You walked us through all the amendments. We've captured that. So the only amendment further to this amendment is that 7 is being withdrawn by yourself. All right. So you still have a minute left, or a couple of minutes left. Any other comments that you would like to make?
No, we are committed from behalf of the homeowner, we are committed to adhere, comply all the bylaws from zoning and building before going to full permit.
Okay, perfect. And I don't see there are any conditions from any other department or agency. So let's go to the committee now. Committee members?
Through the chair, there's one condition
There's
from
one?
Transportation Services,
Transportation, yeah.
It says
which
recommends.
will not be, I guess, applicable because the applicant is removing variance number 7. Just for the record, I just wanted to mention that.
Right. Was that a condition, or was that a comment and a conclusion?
I believe that was a condition.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Igor. I was just going to say, I think they are conditions. I think it's just the way that Transportation Services wrote those memos.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. But it's no longer applicable, right? Because they're meeting the requirement.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Any comment, question? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sommer, just for sake of clarification, what I have, you are asking for the lot area. The proposed one is 39%, but in your presentation, you said 35%.
Yeah, it's been revised. The plan was been revised, and I put forward all the updated plan to the city.
So it's now 35%, right, in the revised, not 39, right?
No,
Not
it's not.
39.
No.
Okay,
So,
got it.
so
Thank
the
you.
the notice that we have had up on the screen, Member Said, did show it at 35%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There you go. Eric has it on the screen as well. Any further clarification or questions before we proceed? Okay. All right, so let's proceed in speaking with our neighbor here. Joyce and Leslie McIsaac have registered to speak. Can we have Joyce and Leslie, please? Hello.
Leslie.
Yes, the height of the building, how much are you, the proposal height of the building was 8.6%, and I didn't get what you are bringing that down to a lower height.
Okay. Is this, sorry, who is this?
Have you got that on the screen? 8.6%, the building height?
Sorry, do you mind who am I speaking with here?
Leslie McIsaac.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. So Leslie, I don't know if you can look at the screen, but the proposed, you can't see. Okay, fair enough. The height of the building is now at 8.5 meters. The required or the permitted maximum height is 7.2, and the applicant is seeking a variance to allow it at 8.5 meters.
Okay. Okay, so
All right, speak up.
the thing that I'm concerned about, the neighbors at 19 and at 23,
Don't concern them.
the two-story building is going to, especially when the sun is getting up in the morning, they're not, then look out the window, the house on the west side of, at number 19, they won't be able to see the sun, and then in the evening,
Okay.
so, you know, I'm sure the neighbors, they'll realize that, those concerns when
Speak for yourself.
when the building is there.
Okay.
What about your variance?
Do you have concerns, Leslie, in particular? So those are, thank you for sort of identifying that. And just so
And
you know, we haven't seen anything
Yeah.
from the neighbors expressing concerns, like immediate neighbors, house number 23 and number 19. So we hear you. Just want to clarify that a two-story building is permitted as of right. The variance is for the height of the building. I see that there's right now one-story building on the property, and there's, the adjacent properties also have one story. So yes, it would be a change for sure when it goes to two stories, but that's permitted as of right. It's the height of the building that's
Okay.
the variance is for.
All right. Overall, the size of the lot.
Okay, so the size of the lot comparing to what is allowed percentage.
Is that variance number one? And if I can help you with that, variance number one is seeking, because I'm not sure what you mean by lot area, but if you're speaking on for variance number one, which is the floor space index, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that index is essentially the proposed gross floor area. The permitted floor space index is 0.5 times the lot area, and what's being proposed is 0.66. Maybe what we can do is when the applicant comes back to respond, we can ask him exactly how much this translates into square meters or square footage, okay? To help you understand better,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have
Okay,
concerns with
and,
any other variance?
Well, the square footage of this building, the new building, two-story building that they're proposing to go in, is we got that here somewhere.
All right.
So what I can tell you is that the
It's
total,
2,100 square feet.
that is correct. That is, if you look at the total floor area, it is 339.1 square meters. I don't know how much it translates into square footage. So yes, so Eric, so if you zoom in, Eric, it says total floor area, 339.1 square meters. So in terms of square footage, how much would that be?
2,100, they stated earlier.
Okay. So it's a 21 square foot home. Any further questions or comments?
No, that was all I had. Maybe Joyce has got something.
Sure.
Well, for the size of the lot, the variances are, it's going to be crammed on there. What did you say, Les? With the variances are quite excessive.
Well, yeah, the other question I had, they have a lovely maple in the backyard, a mature maple with a red maple tree, and I'm sure that this new building that they're proposing to put in there, that they maybe have to get permission to remove that tree.
Leslie, we don't have information from Urban Forestry. Typically, Urban Forestry reviews these applications, and if there are trees that need to be removed, they identify to us that the applicant will be required to obtain a permit from them. I don't see any such condition here, and maybe that's something that we can ask the applicant to clarify.
Okay,
All right?
okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We will now go to the applicant and ask him to respond to all your questions that you had and clarification. So can we have Saumil, please?
I'm here. In fact, just to elaborate my explanation, the house is around 3,100 square feet, is not 2,100. And I want to draw your attention that the height is 8.5 meter we are proposing. We can reduce it to 7.5, and we can use a flat roof construction. But looking to the neighborhood, all houses are new built houses are slope roof, and we want to go with the same resonate. We want to the same charm of the street. We don't want to stand out alone like an odd one out in the street. So we have to adjust to our roof slope. Second thing, the rear yard setback is the maximum is 9.1. We are proposing 8.6, which is 1 foot and 8 inches off. That is from right side corner, and because of the shape of the lot, it's inclined and pie-shaped lot. So the other side is more than the requirement, but the one side, which is the shorter side, the worst case scenario, which is 8.6 meter. That's my explanation.
Okay, so you confirming that the house is 3,100 square feet?
Correct.
Okay, because I
It's
did a,
around 3,100, 3,071. So I would say 3,100 square feet. Just round up the figure.
okay, because on your matrix, I saw 339 square meters, which if I convert it, it's 3,600 square meters. Sorry, square
No,
feet.
I think you got the old copy of the map. We have revised it. We have shrunk it a bit here and there on all sides to make the adjustment, and as per the suggestion by the city officials.
Okay, so we don't have a copy of the latest plan, which is fine because we're not approving a plan here, as long as we know that the variances that you're requesting align with the proposal. Okay, fair enough. Any questions, committee members? Yes, member Igor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious from the applicant if you can confirm regarding the point that was made about the tree. Are you going to be removing any trees?
There's no tree on the lot. There's one tree which is a very it is not a tree. It's a small shrub, and right in the front. And if we require to deal with separately, we will deal it separately. But right now, there is no intention. There is no tree as such in the backyard or in the lot area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, any further questions of the committee? I see none. All right. Thank you, Saumil, for your clarification. Can we now take the matter into committee, members, and make a decision on this application unless you have some pressing thoughts or questions or comments? Okay, let's
Excuse
proceed.
me, Madam Chair, if you can just
Sure.
just reconfirm, is there is change in variance number 7? Is still there or is totally taken off?
Variance number 7 is removed. The applicant confirmed
Is
that
removed?
that he is withdrawing variance number 7 related to the driveway. So we're only looking at 6 variances, and those have been amended, and that was confirmed by the applicant. All right, members of the committee. Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am looking at the application, and I appreciate that the applicant has made changes. He's reduced his variances in almost all of the cases. He has eliminated one variance. I'm also cognizant of the variance for height, and he has asked for an 8.7 meter height in order to provide a slope roof, which is a characteristic of this area. As he said,
8.5.
he could provide a flat roof, but it's better to have a house design that is in keeping with other houses in the area, even if it is a little bit higher. So I'm prepared to recommend approval of this application. I think with the reductions and the elimination of the one, it is appropriate. It is minor and it fits into the community.
Thank you.
Recommend approval. There's no conditions, I understand.
Thanks, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second the motion and there are no conditions.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you. Okay, we now move to our next item that was held for discussion, and that is item number 8. And item number 8 is 24 KENMARK Boulevard. Can we please have the applicant, Leo Messenger, please?
Yes, hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I am the agent for the owners at 24 KENMARK.
Yes, so Leo, we have your application before us. I believe that there was a deferral that was requested and then it was rescinded. You are now in agreement with the recommendations of community planning, and we do have a community.
I think we have a speaker on this one, right?
We do have a speaker, but I wanted to give you your time in case you wanted to make any comments at this time.
Yes, so we did meet with planning, and we did come into an agreement to revise our rear yard landscaping variance number 2 from 33% to 40%. And yes, we are in agreement with their report. And in addition, I'd just like to add, we've submitted over 55 letters of support from the neighbors. In addition, 1 letter from the councillor, Gary Crawford. And I do believe this application now meets the 4 tests.
Thank you, Leo. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Leo? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Leo, I'm looking, this is again an existing condition. But looking at the variance number 5, and especially I'm talking about variance number 6, which speaks about the floor area and which is almost like 4 times bigger than the recommended. So what's your comments on that?
Well, it is an existing condition, and the planning department did not have any concerns about that variance. Their main concern was the rear yard setback, which we resolved.
Is there a follow-up question, Member Said, or are you satisfied?
Yeah, I will repeat my question. Yes, that's agreed. Community planning have the recommendations, and thank you very much for accepting that recommendations. But in addition to that, I'm just asking about variance number 6, and I have some concerns on that. The size of the garage, and this is quite a big garage, right? That's what I'm just asking, like, what's the triggering factor over here, or do you have a good rationale to tell the committee members why this size is so big?
Well, they did get a permit for that garage. So there was a permit in 2012 for that garage. So that's why it wasn't a concern from planning.
No, we are not asking whether planning's concerned with or not. Member Said wants to know what is the reason behind having a large garage of that size. Like, could you explain why you need that large size for a garage? What's the purpose?
Like I said, there was a permit issued in 2012 for that garage. And one of the reasons is because my client, he has a car business, and he stores some of his antique cars in the garage.
Okay, that's what Member Said was looking for, not what community planning thinks about it. He wanted to know what is the purpose of this large garage? And then you've, I think, answered the fact that the owner of the property wants to store his toys or vehicles in this large building. Member Said, are you satisfied, or do you need further clarification?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was exactly what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of committee members? I see none. All right, we can certainly come back to more questions. Oh, Member Igor, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, I didn't catch it at the beginning. If you can just, or if the applicant confirm or yourself, the community planning report in terms of recommending the removal of the smaller freestanding shed and the landscaping area 40%, that's been, the applicant is in favor of those conditions or those comments?
The shed I removed myself prior to submission because I thought the number for coverage would have been too high. And I am in agreement with the recommendation to increase the rear yard landscaping to 40%. That was a discussion we had together, which we agreed upon. And so I am in agreement with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, any of those two affect the variances, Leo? Or any change in the variances at all as a result of those two conditions?
So variance number two only would change from reading at the bottom, proposed rear landscaping area is 33%. That would be now 40%.
Which one is it? Variance number?
Variance number two.
Variance number two. Okay, so variance number two, the proposed rear yard landscaping is 40%?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have a square footage for that, just so that it corresponds?
I could figure it out, yes. That would be roughly 61.1 square meters.
61.1?
61.16, yes.
Okay, so we'll just round it down to 60 if that's okay with you, to give you some room for error or anything, as long as it's 40%.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a change on this then as a result of the recommended conditions of approval from community planning, because that's an agreement that community planning has had with the applicant. As a result of that, the variance number two has been modified to bring up the required rear yard landscaping or proposed rear yard landscaping to 40%, which equates to approximately 60 square meters. Okay. All right. If there are no further questions for now, we can always come back after speaking with the neighbor if you have more questions. So let's move on and speak with our neighbor here. And we have Dr. Bolaji Taivo registered to speak. Dr. Bolaji? He's not there. Okay. And that was the only neighbor. Okay, so we have written submission from Dr. Bolaji on our agenda that lists his concerns. I'm sure committee members...
Can I speak to that?
Just give me a moment, just so that we can record it accurately, because just want to make sure that it's all recorded. Dr. Balaji, who had registered to speak, is not with us. However, he's provided his written submission. All right. Now you can speak, Leo. How would you like to comment on the concerns?
So I did read his concerns, and so that additional 7% of rear yard landscaping, which we are removing, we are going to put a sliver along the whole side of adjacent neighbor. So that would address all his concerns, because all the runoff water will dissipate into that strip that we are going to put along between us and the neighbor at 22.
Understood. Okay. We don't have an updated plan, do we, Leo? After all the changes that you've done, do we have an updated plan?
Because meeting was 2 days ago,
Okay.
so we didn't have the time to revise the drawings, but we do realize what we need to do, and when we resubmit, we will address what we just spoke about here today.
Okay, fair enough. Members of the committee, any follow-up questions? All right, I see none. So let's take the matter into committee. The applicant has agreed to meet the, has agreed to or acknowledge the recommended conditions of approval from community planning. I don't believe there are other conditions from any other department. Okay. So let's take the matter into committee. Are we ready with the recommendation or a motion? Member Igor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put forward a motion for approval subject to community planning conditions.
And the application as amended?
And the application as amended.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the amended application, subject to condition of community planning staff report. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I'll second that motion.
All right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously. Thank you.
Through the chair, my apologies. Was that approved as amended?
As amended.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us to application item number 9, and that is 40 Bathgate Drive, and I believe Member Macaulay has a conflict on it, and she has she's gone now, so we can begin the deliberation. So item 9, 40 Bathgate Drive. Can we please have the applicant Jonathan Biskowski, please? Hello, Jonathan.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Hi. So Jonathan, we're looking at your application for 40 Bathgate Drive. Do you have any, would you like to make a presentation or are you ready for questions? How would you like to proceed?
I just prepared a brief figure. If we could just bring up the support material I filed.
Sure. So Eric, could you please pull up the supporting material? Is that what it is?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
This is an extremely technical nature, technical file in nature. On the left, we see what is proposed before you today. On the right side of the screen, we see the issued building permit. What we see here is absolutely no alteration to any roof line or height of the dwelling. This is now considered a 3-story dwelling because the existing attic space is proposed to be converted to habitable space. Because of the extreme grade change, as we see going from the low on the left to the elevated portion on the right, the basement is actually considered the 1st story of the dwelling. So as the dwelling actually appears, it actually appears as a bungalow on street level. So if we continue down 3 pages, please, we would just see that in the issued building permit, it is just a filling in of an as-built attic space with no height added to the dwelling at all. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. On this particular plan, if you zoom in, Eric, can you clarify, or maybe this is something that I just need a little bit more clarification. Jonathan, the proposed second floor has been crossed out.
Yeah, because this was the permit plans. These aren't what is proposed before you today. Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, these are the issued building permit plans, not what is before you today.
Understood. Okay.
I just included this as a background information, really just to show that figure of the side by side that there's actually no alteration to the built form or the height of the dwelling.
Understood. Okay. All right. I get it. Perfect. So it's fairly straightforward. I think your supporting material was very helpful for us to understand what happened there. Okay, members of the committee, do you have any questions? Okay, I see none at this time, and if there are questions, we can always come back and ask those at at a later time. Okay, thanks, Jonathan. We'll now move to speak with our neighbors here. So the first neighbor is Glenn. Glenn, are you with us?
Yes, hello. I didn't know I was registered as a speaker. I was just listening in. I have really nothing prepared. I don't have an issue with the height of the variance. There's really no change. I think the only concern that that I have, and probably the neighbors that are closer to that particular address, is the size of a window on the north side that's been framed in. And I'm sure they're going to open it up. It is quite a large window. And it appears that the adjacent neighbor is going to be impacted by the size of that window and overlooking their backyard and resulting in no privacy. It appears that it was roughed in from the very beginning, and I think the window should be reduced in size to maybe 50% of its current roughed in size.
Okay. Glenn, I can't help you with the size of the window, unfortunately. I guess that's more like a designer / code issue and a design aesthetics issue. And if the neighbors do have concerns, they can go and speak with the owner and see if there's any resolution there. But unfortunately, that's something that I can't help you with today. But my question is, just want to confirm, do you have any concern, and I think I heard you didn't have any concern with the variance that is before us today?
No, it is on a slope type of lot, and it was confusing when we received the literature that it was a third story when we thought there was a third story going to be added on to the existing, but that was clarified that it is remaining within the current plans, and the third floor would be actually the attic area. I don't personally have a concern about that.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that, and I'm sure Jonathan's taking notes with regards to the size of the window, and he'd speak to the owner to if there's anything that could be done with that. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Glenn. We now move on to our next neighbor, Velvet. Is Velvet with us?
Oh, Velvet is my wife. She is currently not here.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, because her name is on the list of registered speakers, so we just want to make sure that we're not missing anyone. So if you can confirm that she's not speaking today, that would be great.
Yes, I confirm.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, moving to Jonathan. Now, Jonathan, is there any comment or clarification at this time in response to Glenn's comment?
It's the identical window that's on the building permit drawings is what's to be maintained. There's no alteration if we were to bring up the building permit plans as well as the proposed before you today. That window is identical in size.
No, I think he acknowledged that there's no change there, but I think it was just a
Yeah.
general comment about, the privacy. But again, as I said, that's not something that we can look at, but I just for record wanted to let you know that there's a concern. So if the owner is willing to speak with the neighbors, if they have a concern, please do so. And that's all it is.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any follow-up questions at this time? Okay, I see none. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. We'll take the matter into committee now. Committee members, straightforward application. Nothing's being changed. It's more, in my opinion, it's a very technical sort of variance. It's how you interpret number of stories or a story that's causing or triggering this. A permit has been issued and building, I believe, is under construction. So at this point, is there a motion ready? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty straightforward case with one variance, and which is minor appropriate. So, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 9, subject to urban forestry condition number 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. I second that motion for approval and the urban forestry conditions.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application has been approved subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Member Macaulay, you can come back. Thank you, Member Macaulay. We're now moving to item number 10, and item 10 is for 20 ROBINTIDE Court. We held the application because we had a recommendation from Urban Forestry with respect to refusal for variance number 3, and we wanted to give an opportunity to the applicant to speak to it. So, can we have Shane Gregory, please? Hello, Shane, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. So, Shane, it's not so much about the application, but it's also about the fact that there's a recommendation from Urban Forestry for variance number 3. What's your comments here?
Yes, through you, Mrs. Chair. We have actually had our arborist out on site since we received those comments from Urban Forestry. Most of the reason why we had moved this house up was to maintain that existing tree that's in the rear yard. The tree protection zone around that tree is just over 6 meters. I believe it's 6.1 meters, which falls in line with the back wall of the house that we were proposing. Now, having said that, the variance that we're requesting for our rear yard is really just for the uncovered deck and the covered porch that are on the back of the house. If I can share my screen, I can explain where the setback differences are.
I don't think you can share your screen, but we can have Eric share the plans and then you can walk us through.
Through the chair, if the applicant could just indicate which plan you would like us to share, we can do that.
Yes, it is. It's sheet SP1.
So there you go.
Yes, that one there, exactly. Yes. Yeah, so if you see on the back right corner of the proposed dwelling, we have a setback of 9.95 meters, where 7.57 is required. And that also goes to where the closest point of the actual dwelling itself, where the uncovered porch is. So the uncovered porch is what's causing the rear yard setback. The house actually does maintain that rear yard. So what we've done with our arborist is we've gone through a couple different construction methods that we can do with the covered porches at the back to remove, whether it's to remove the cold storage underneath, so the full foundation underneath it, and just do it on piers or the screw in piles for it, which would greatly mitigate any injury to the tree system itself. So that was the main reasoning for wanting to proceed with this. Is we would like to make an application to forestry with the variances granted for injury to the tree with the construction methods we like to propose, as opposed to having to go through the whole forestry. And if forestry doesn't approve for the tree to be injured, then we would be removing those uncovered porches at the back. But we would like to be able to go through the process properly with forestry with the variances approved, in order to see if what agreement we can come to before we just go for a denial.
Okay, so Shane, Cole's notes. I was trying to follow you. So basically, based on however the construction proceeds. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The tree that's in question, basically what it comes down to is the actual house itself is outside of the tree protection zone of that tree.
Correct.
It's the uncovered porch. And the partial covered porch that are actually in the protection zone.
Correct.
And we would like to explore all of our options with forestry, with approval of the variances, so that if forestry is satisfied with our construction methods and grants us approval, that we already have committee of adjustment approval for the rear yard.
Okay, and this is all, and sorry, and this is all in an attempt to save the tree, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's
all
correct.
right. Okay. And should the tree, you're unable to secure the tree or maintain or preserve the tree, then with working with urban forestry, that tree would be removed.
Yes, which isn't ideal for the owner or any of the other owners, and nobody wants to see the tree removed, and that's why we've maintained where the actual house sits itself, if that would be outside of the tree protection zone, if that's what it comes down to. So, so yes, it's an interest to save the tree for sure. Yes.
Okay. I may have some more thoughts, but I would like to hear from the committee members. So in addition to the tree, is there anything else with respect to the actual application that you would like to speak to?
Yes, if I could, just to go through the list of variances. As I said, number one, the front yard setback is, if you see this, the image that's on the screen there, you can see that if we had to go back to the 12.35 meter setback, that it would really push this house much further back than what the existing neighboring properties are. And if they were to ever redevelop, this would be kind of stuck back into its own little pocket. So we wanted to move that forward, and that was also in relation to trying to pull this as far forward enough to save that rear tree as well. The driveway widths themselves, as you can see on the plan, we're required to have a 5.8 meter wide driveway. At this property line, we actually have 4.68 meters. Where the variance is requested is just being able to get out of the garage up where the actual building is. Because of the pie-shaped lot, it's difficult if we reduce the width of the driveway to be actually be able to access the garage itself. So that was the reason for the reduction there. And the only other comment I have really is for the height. We were just requesting an additional 0.48 meters for the height. I did just want to make a comment that we do have a very gently sloped roof on this application. And the main ridge is where the actual height is taken to. That ridge is about 26.5 feet back from the front wall of the house. So I think once you stand on the street, I don't think anybody would ever really notice the difference of a half a meter in terms of the height. And I would also like to just comment that we don't have any wall height variances on this. So the soffit heights are in the right location. It really just is the main ridge of the house. And if there's any other questions that the committee has, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Members of the committee, any questions? Any further clarification? I just want to just put it out there, and maybe committee can help me as well as Shane. Because the variances are sort of specific to certain areas where the reductions are being sought, I was thinking of sort of, tying the plan to the approval. However, and I'm talking aloud in my head right now, I'm not sure if that would affect, if we tie the plans, let's say should the committee approve it, the application, and tie it to the plan that's before us, it shows a tree, and should the tree have to be removed, then I'm not sure if it will cause a problem in the future. So just a thought out there while you are also thinking of how to proceed.
Through you, Mrs. Chair, if I may just make one comment on that.
Yeah, sure.
I believe planning staff had put in a condition that we do tie this site plan to that. Having said that, I can always submit a secondary site plan outlining that the tree is to be maintained, or some sort of note that I could put in the plan to tie that even further to it. Not
Okay.
sure if that helps out.
Okay, sure. So I'm not sure if we got anything from community planning as a recommendation here, but we can certainly include that as a condition or sort of, put it in words so that it's shown on the plan. Okay, committee members, any thoughts? Any questions?
Through the chair, we're just checking to see whether community planning has commented on this application.
Sure.
Well,
They did?
can we, Eric, can we share the screen with the community planning comments, please?
Oh, was this in the agenda?
It was not. It should have. This was an error on our part. My apologies.
That's okay.
I guess the other, so the community planning is tying it to plans. You can take a look at it right now, the condition.
I can see that just because there's certain sort of, the variances are specific to certain areas. I think it's prudent to attach it to the plan.
And the lot is an irregularly shaped lot.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think it'll be prudent to attach it to the plan as recommended. And I guess we can just put a notation on the plan that, should the tree needs to be removed, it could be removed, because the tree right now is shown on the plan, right? So we just won't, or maybe you can just say in general conformity, or, the term general, or substantially in accordance would sort of take care of that change, if that change has to happen. Okay, so committee members, we do have a staff report which recommends approval of the application, subject to this condition that it be tied to the plan. I don't see anything else here. Eric, do you mind just going down below in the main body, just to see if there was anything in the comments? If you can zoom into the comments, please, for us. The subject property located, okay, should the committee, in order to ensure the okay, I think it's fairly standard. There's nothing in there. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, committee members. Member Igor, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm okay with this application. I'm just wondering if you can clarify, or staff can clarify, would we apply conditions 2 and 3 from Rivers Forestry and ignore, or how do we, I guess, what do we do about Urban Forestry's recommendation for refusal of variance 3?
Staff.
Through the chair, it would be, because I believe Urban Forestry has indicated, if in their memo, if the committee decides to approve the application, it should be conditional on Urban Forestry conditions 2 and 3. So you may wish to, if you decide to approve it, it would be subject to those two Urban Forestry conditions plus the community planning condition to tie it to the site plan, should the committee wish to approve it.
Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Member Igor?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee members. Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, because as the applicant was assuring us that the building is actually outside of the tree protection, and they will make the efforts to protect this silver maple tree. Could we put this thing in our motion somewhere, that the applicant has that intention or the confirmation? Should the tree is going to be injured, they will take care of the procedure through the Urban Forestry?
I don't think, Member Said, you could do that. A motion basically is a decision based on a condition. From what I'm hearing from you, that's not a condition, it's just a comment. So I think comments have already been, I think we've deliberated quite a bit. They will be captured in the minutes, and the applicant has on record confirmed or acknowledged that they will try their best to preserve the tree. And it's already shown on the plan, right? So if we do proceed with tying it to the, approving the application and tying it to the plan, the tree still shows there, right? So that gives us that comfort level that the tree is still there because it's shown on the plan. But should it have, staff has a comment.
Through the chair, just to clarify, I guess the comment about the tree protection zone, it would not be reflected in the minutes, but the YouTube recording is public information. It's a public record as well, and it will be reflected here.
Okay, so it's on record that we have asked for it, the applicant has acknowledged it, and every effort will be made to protect the tree. And should the tree cannot be protected as a result of the development, then it would be removed through proper permit application with Urban Forestry. Okay? Member Said?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I am okay with that. And if the other members don't have any other further comments, I am in supportive of this application, and I can move the motion.
Okay, I didn't see any other hands raised, so I'm assuming there is no other comments. Otherwise, hold your breath in peace. All right, go ahead, Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item number 10, subject to community planning staff report recommendation and urban forestry condition number 2 and 3.
May I have a seconder, please? Member Igor, please go ahead.
Second that motion, Madam Chair.
All right. All in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to conditions of urban forestry. Okay, we
Thank you
now
very
go.
much.
You're welcome. We go to our next application, item 11. Item 11 is 20 SATOK Terrace. Am I pronouncing it correct? Is it SATOK or SATOK? SATOK, okay, SATOK. So item 11, 20 SATOK Terrace. Can we have the applicant, please? Andrew Trotter.
I'm the applicant for 20 SATOK Terrace.
Perfect, thank you. So Andrew, do you have a presentation that you would like to make or go right to the questions? How do you wish to proceed?
Well, I'd just basically say that the two of the items are already existing variances, and there is no height variance in this application. So I see this as a very minor application and definitely needs support pass of the Planning Act. So that's really all I'd have to say.
Okay, you're right. The application is actually to construct a second-story addition on an existing building with an integral garage and a rear deck extension. And then the variances are for side yard setback, which I'm assuming is existing. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
the variance number 1, the side lot line or the side yard setback is existing. Number 2, I believe, is based on the new addition, that's what it's going to result into. Number 3 is,
Yes.
okay, and number 4 is
And sorry,
existing as well.
Number 4 is existing, and then number 3 is a 3% increase to the FSI or floor area, which is incredibly minor. And
Right.
then the front number 3 is just like the width of the pillars, and that they've included one step onto the grade, so it's almost non-existent. I mean, it's one they've put in a variance for one stair.
Understood. Okay. So essentially, it's
Yeah.
variance number 2 is looking at an increase of 15 square meters, if I'm doing the math correctly, in addition to what's permitted. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Members of the committee, do you have any questions of Andrew? I see none. Okay. So let's move on and speak with our neighbor here. And then we'll come back to you, Andrew. So the registered neighbor is Tariq Bacchus. Hello, are you with us, Tariq?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You have 5 minutes, and tell us what your concerns are.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So, despite the tone of the applicant, we do not feel that this is a minor request. In particular, it changes the footprint of the existing structure considerably, and the effect of that change to the existing structure blocks sunlight to the entire southern exposure of the property that I own and reside in at 18 SATOK Terrace. We just moved in to the property less than a year ago. We selected this house in this neighborhood for a number of features which we feel this application does not work within, one of which is the abundance of sunlight in all rooms of the house, which has documented effects on mental health and overall health, as well as the close-knit traditional style of the architecture of the neighborhood. As has been mentioned previously, I know that that's not one of the main considerations before this board, but I did feel, given the significant concerns raised by not only myself but a number of other residents of the neighborhood, is of merit to raise here. The applicant or the residents did identify that they plan to do some renovations. They did not detail the scope of those renovations and those conversations. So it wasn't until we saw the blueprints that were included within the application that we were alerted to this size. There's been one significant renovation on the entirety of the street. As I mentioned, we're new to the street, but there are many residents who have been here since 1965 when the street was developed, and it was developed all at once by one developer who identified the distance between the buildings and the amount of green space and the size of the home thoughtfully and carefully, and with respect to the natural environment as well as the quality of life of the future residents as it was being developed. We feel that the variances being requested are not in keeping with the enjoyment of reasonable enjoyment of the neighborhood, and we've heard from our neighbors as well that they feel the same way. Some of whom have submitted written submissions, and some of whom, unfortunately, there are a number of seniors who are unable to navigate the written submission who had indicated verbally support as well. So I think I'll leave that there, but thank you so much for hearing these concerns through the chair to the board. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Tarek, for taking the time. So I actually had the plan up on the screen to show you. Basically, I wanted to ask you what exactly. I heard you've concerns with your loss of enjoyment or reasonable enjoyment, and the obstruction or the view will be obstructed. But if you look at the plan closely, the existing setback of the existing structure is 0.98. So as of right, including yourself, any landowner or any property owner is allowed to go back or extend the building to the length of, as permitted by the zoning, which is, the length of the building has to meet the requirement. So in theory, this can go the way it's presented here. The ask for with this application is for 15 square meters, which approximately equates to, or additional 15 square meters, which equates to approximately 160 square feet. So you think that, in your opinion, filling of that notch, which is permitted as of right, that's not a subject of this application, is going to significantly impact you?
Yeah, on the drawing up on the screen, if you see the side of my house, it's at the top of the screen there, and so that build out blocks the large south window in the dining room where my wife and I work from home the majority of the time, as well as where we eat all our meals with our kids, and it is a lot of natural light being southern facing too. It's the path of the sun through the sky, and so I understand that there's a matter of right without variance, but I would, I guess, encourage the board to consider not making it any easier than the existing bylaws already do. I would also just highlight too, even the build up, although it is not requiring a variance, as was noted in a number of the written submissions, a lot of these properties are back splits and side splits. So the usable space, this is really a third story. In fact, the applicant, when describing the renovations that he wants to make, he said verbally, yeah, we're just adding a third story on, which on the existing footprint, I could sort of bite my tongue on, but this will also block the ravine view for a number of the residents across the street from us as well. So just highlighting that, and I know that that's not within the purview of the board, but just highlighting the scope and scale of this taken collectively will be significant.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I just needed to better understand if that was exactly what your concerns were. Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to Andrew, the applicant, to respond to the concerns as expressed by the neighbor. So Andrew, how would you like to respond to the concern?
Well, I feel sympathetic to anyone that has difficulty with change. I think that I can take a quick look down the street and see plenty of houses that have second levels already. I don't think that there's been really any mention of any of the variances here other than really the difficulty of the change, I think. And I'm sympathetic to that, but my client is also keeping, almost all of this addition is within his right to do. And I feel that it certainly meets the four tests of the Planning Act, and these variances are very minor. So I don't really know what else to add to that.
Okay, thanks, Andrew, for that. Will there be a fence in between on that property line?
There'll be a privacy wall.
A privacy fence?
But yes.
So there will be a privacy fence in between this property and 18 SATOK, which is the neighbor who just spoke. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or follow-up comments at this time? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the applicant. I was just, Madam Chair, this is just a comment after hearing the applicant and both the resident there. And I was also looking at the letter of objections the committee have on record. Most of those letters are talking about the heritage. They mentioned that this is a street which have heritage characters or the architectural character. I believe sometimes the variances are very minor in number, but could be affecting the character of the street as well, and which have the impact. And we have to also see how appropriate those variances are with reference to this particular development. So my question to the applicant is, has he have done any sort of consultations with the neighbor about this development?
Well, I was told by the owner that he'd spoken to the neighbors, which the neighbor had. I don't see this. I live in Dundas and Brock Avenue, and I don't really see this as a heritage area. I think this is, I would consider this to be a flexible neighborhood of planning that is probably going to have lots of change. I don't think that we're really here for design. Heritage hasn't said anything. Planning hasn't made any comments. So how my client wishes to design his house with, a pretty traditional look, I think it's his right. But I don't really, certainly if, I would say, after the fact, if they had input that they thought about with the design outside of the building volume, we would certainly be open to that, to discuss that with the neighbors. That would be acceptable to us for sure. I don't see tying it to a condition to this application as far as the bylaws go, but we don't want to make people upset. We would like to make people happy. There's no question about that for sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that you don't want to upset the people, and that's where the point is very important. I see the variances are very minor, but I can also see a piece is missing, and that is the communication piece between the applicant and the community living by. So if there would have been a consultation or communication, because good neighbors, they have to live together. It's not a one-time development, it's going to be a long effect. So I personally feel, this is my opinion, that a piece of communication is missing and these issues could be resolved with mutual consultations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Said, for those comments. There's nothing that we could, help with in terms of heritage. Had this been a matter of heritage interest or preservation interest, it would have been identified by staff. None of this came to our attention. So when I look at it, it's a pretty traditional 1960s, 70s development style sort of neighborhood. It's an eclectic mix. We have a variety of housing forms and roof styles and architectural design, mostly from the 60s and the 70s. I don't feel that there's much heritage on the street. That's my personal opinion, but it's also subjective. So coming back to the core of this application, it recognizes two existing setbacks and asks for in my opinion, a modest intensification, modest addition to an existing building. So that would be my 2 cents here. So I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, are you ready with a motion, or are there further thoughts or comments? If there are none, then can I have a motion? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I move approval of this application. I understand the concern of the community that, yes, this is going to be one of the first 2-story houses on that side of the street, and so it does represent change. But in terms of variances, we're talking inches and nothing very major. So I would recommend approval of this application. I see that RC, because there's a ravine at the background, has no concerns. A permit would be required by the applicant for them.
No.
And I don't see any other conditions.
There is urban forestry conditions.
Is there urban forestry? Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah, and I don't see there's any
So I
permit.
recommend
There's,
approval.
sorry, Member Macaulay, you mentioned a permit. There's no permit requirement, right? Except urban forestry conditions.
Yes. TRCA is requesting they have no objections, but a permit is required.
They have, but they have not, have they asked that as a condition of approval? They have not.
I think it's a comment they have made.
Yeah, so that's a
It's
separate
standard
process.
comment.
Yeah, so that's a separate process. The applicant would have to go to TRCA to obtain that permit, but they've not recommended that as a condition of approval, and that's applicable law, and that would have to be obtained through building permit anyways.
Yes, I agree. That's
Yeah.
you've just said it much better than I.
No, we have to, yeah, I was just curious, because if they're not recommending it as a condition, then we just let it go and let it run through its normal course.
I raise it because it had been raised by some members in the community, and
Okay,
just making it clear.
all right.
Let me recap. This is a minor application. The proposal is basically inches in terms of variances. It is a second story on an existing house, and that is permitted. I recommend approval with the condition of urban forestry only.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion for approval with urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of this motion? Motion's carried unanimously, and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you. Okay, next item on the list, on the agenda is 42 Guildcrest Drive. Can I please have the applicant, Andrew Trotter, again?
Andrew Trotter again. Yes, I'm the applicant for this application.
All right, Andrew, so how would you like to proceed? Do you want to make a presentation, go to the questions or comments?
I'd like to make a presentation and just note that I did go through the objections with that were sent in, and I would like to mention that number 44 and I believe 46 made objections. 2 people in 44. Both of they were complaining about losing the privacy in their backyard. I'd like to mention that both of these houses already have second levels themselves, and look into my client's backyard, as well as 38 across from them is already a second story that looks into everyone's backyard. They didn't complain about anything. And then 43 across the street just got approved for a second story. And 9 Dale around the corner just got approved with a second story at 9.82 meters. Again, I tell my clients when we're going to committee, I don't want to go and lose. I've done about 300 of these, and I like to go for very minor changes. I feel this is, again, a very, very minor change. This one, I feel is definitely in keeping with the neighborhood, and it certainly 43 has a similar type gable dormer type frontage, traditional style. And I feel, again, this is a very minor variance. And I don't think that the objections that I read had really anything to do with the bylaws. I believe it was just people that just, again, were unhappy with change. And that's really all I have to say.
Andrew, for my benefit, could you please advise me on variance number 4? A maximum of 1 story in height is permitted. Is that
Well,
older bylaw? Okay.
That's a Scarborough bylaw, and an old Scarborough bylaw. And as I mentioned, 43 Gilcrest, which is across the street, in my routine, the research request of previous decisions, it was just recently approved as a second story across the street.
Understood. No, I just wanted to clarify for that particular bylaw, and I can see that it's an old Scarborough bylaw. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Andrew? I see none. All right. We'll go to our speakers now. So yeah, just for record, we have received the letters of objection as well, and we've reviewed it. So first neighbor, Tahmina Mariam. Hello. Tahmina, are you with us? Hello? Hello, Tahmina. Staff, would you like to pass some instructions?
Through the chair, Tomina, please do not press your mute button. We are unmuting you from our end.
Tahmina, you have been unmuted from our end. Please speak.
Through the chair, Tamina, once again, please do not touch your mute button. We are unmuting you from our end, and you will be able to speak starting now.
Hello, Tahmina. Tahmina, we are going to give you a couple seconds, and then we'll proceed to speak with the next neighbor. So please do not touch the mute button. Staff has already unmuted you from our end. You can proceed to speak, please. Okay. So, Tahmina, unfortunately, we were not able to connect with you. We will move forward and speak with the next neighbor, Sheikh Sufyan. Are you with us, Sheikh? Hello, Sheikh. So,
neighbor for the two Gilchrist Drive.
okay. So, Sheikh,
Pardon, just Tahmina is my wife actually. Just I'm talking to on behalf of her also. Just you quote me,
okay.
me and my wife together.
Okay. Sir, you have 5 minutes. Tell us what your concerns are.
Yeah, actually, I have one question that already maybe I cleared, and second is that is some observations. Question is that actually the dwelling, uh, is it by keeping the existing one is a two-story?
Yes, so they're maintaining the existing one-story house and they're building on top of it. They're adding a second story above the existing house.
It's okay. So regarding that, so as per your letter, serial number 4 of page of 2,
Hmm?
so the observation is in
Sorry,
the
which one?
schedule 3,
Sorry, which one is it?
in the letter, your letter in
Yeah.
the page 2, serial number 4.
Oh, okay. So page 2 of the public
See,
notice, it's variance number 4. Yes.
yes, that is 4. That is my observation. It has a maximum of 1 story in height is permitted in the Gilwood community or exceptions for the something.
That is
But
correct.
my request is to maintain that. But my special observation regarding my neighbor. So I have sent an email to you on 13th. I mentioned everything clearly. Uh, in the present submitted drawing, he mentioned there is some existing structures. There is existing shed. Actually, he made it since 1 year ago. As neighbor, I didn't make any complaint. But my request, whether it is permitted duly or not, in the back side there is an existing shade.
Yeah, so on the site plan, and our staff is pulling it up on the screen. So you are at 44 Gilchrist Drive.
Yeah,
Are you referring to that existing shed on the property?
yeah. Beside my
Yeah.
yeah
So I can't
yeah,
speak to that. I cannot speak to
I
it.
have an
Whether
observation.
I can't speak to it, Sheikh Sufyan, because whether it's legal or not, it's still shown on the plans. And if it needed a permit, it would have, required a permit. But I'm not sure what else to say. It's not part of this application, that shed.
Oh, I see. No, it's not a problem. Actually, this is my, I didn't make any complaint. When he made it, it was since 1 year ago. Just whether it is duly approved or not, it is my request to you. And my observation, though it is the corner lot, if he make uh, the building, it may hamper. Already I mentioned in my email, and the privacy and the uh, safety, security, and the traffic for our community, though this is the corner lot. This is my observation,
Okay, well, I appreciate your observation. So
as well as my family.
to your question, whether the existing shed is legal or is it duly approved, I can't comment on it. With respect to your other comment, there's a second story addition being proposed on an existing house. So there's no opportunity for him to move the house. It's an existing house. He's just building a second story on it.
Okay, if it is legally complied, I don't have any obligation. But the observation is, if it is permitted, it may hamper the privacy and safety or security of the traffic and the community, though it is the corner lot. This is my observation.
Okay, so I can't speak to you on the safety. Traffic, I can tell you this application has been circulated to Transportation Department, and they have not told us if they have, and they are the experts, right, who look at traffic issues. They've not advised if there are any concerns with traffic. It is a corner lot. Safety, I can't speak to safety. That's something that we can't comment on. Privacy,
Here, this community, you are permitting, here, this community, you mentioned already clause number 3. Here is only 1-story height is permitted, but
that is
he
correct.
applied for the 2-story.
That is correct. And that's what I was coming to, that the application is to seek relief from that particular provision. Right now, there's only 1 story permitted. This is the application asking for 2 stories, and that's what the decision has to be made on. Okay? It's not as of right. They're asking for permission to build a 2nd story, which is not permitted. So I hear your concerns with that, and I think I heard you say that you have concerns with that, or you said something along the lines of that you want to maintain that 1 story. So we understand that you have concern with that particular variance, correct?
Another one thing he did.
Okay, so one more thing.
I don't know whether it is related or not.
Sheikh, I can give you another.
Can I say this?
I'm sorry, you're running out of your time, so I'll give you.
One fence.
I'll give you.
Just I'm telling you one more thing.
Sure, last
he made
comment.
a fence which is completely violated this community's environment.
Okay, I can't help you with that fence.
Symmetric, but he had a fence, and he is doing some construction materials business over there.
Okay, if you have
That
a
is my
concern.
another concern.
Okay, so unfortunately, we're not the right committee to discuss those concerns. If you have those concerns, you can call the city and talk to them.
Okay.
I can't help you with the fence or activities on the property. All I can help you with is the 4 variances that are before us, okay?
Okay.
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 Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sure Andrew will respond to your concerns that you've just raised. Can we move on to our next speaker, please? Mohammed Sharab Hussain.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you have 5 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Okay, my name is Mohammed Hussain. My address is 46 Gilchrist Drive. So as you have heard, my neighbor, he had a legitimate concern. So I'm just joining with him.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, to Andrew, is he building a 2-story building on existing structure, or he's building on addition to his existing dwelling?
He's adding a story on top of the existing house. He's adding one
Okay.
floor. He's adding one more floor on the existing house.
He has, I guess, my neighbor said he has already expanded his dwelling. So is he covering that space and adding to 2nd story building to his planning?
We can ask Andrew, but I'm not sure what that expansion means. I'm not sure what's happening on the property. We can ask Andrew for that. But I can confirm it's an existing house. They're adding one more story.
Okay. And another question for, because of this neighborhood, because it's a corner lot he's holding, and this particular zone does not allow 2nd storage building permit. So am I right? Or because it's mentioned in the letter of your letter we got from you guys.
Could you please repeat your question? I didn't get that.
So according to this zone permit, 2nd storage building is not allowed in this particular zone.
That is correct. So this particular zone does not allow 2-story homes. It only allows 1 story. This is what the application is for. He's seeking a variance to allow that.
Okay. And his variance is allowed only 9 meter, and he's proposing 9.5, is almost a meter above. So how are you handling this variance, and will he comply to this zone requirement? And, because this is a corner lot, it will really hamper the privacy of this community because there's a lot of traffic going on this corner, and if it's a different shape, it will really hamper the privacy around this community.
Okay, so what I can tell you is that I'll let Andrew respond to these questions. The increase of height is 0.57, so permitted is 9, and and the request is for 0.57 additional, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we'll let Andrew respond to your
Yep.
concerns. Anything
Yeah,
else?
yeah, I agree with you, ma'am. That's all I have, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. We're gonna go to Andrew now. Andrew, you heard the concerns from the neighbors. Please respond.
Okay, well, again, you know, it doesn't bring me any happiness that people are upset with my client's change. And I certainly feel for you. It's always difficult when, you know, things are happening around you construction wise. I get it. I just like to point out a couple things. First of all, there has been no illegal construction going on. I mean, in the house, it's a street view. You can see very clearly. It's the existing garage. It's the existing house. We're building over the existing garage. We're building over the existing house. There is no change. There has been no change to the existing structure up until this proposal. We hope will change. If is it possible for you to open up the location map? It's in the supporting documents.
Sure.
And if I could just point out a couple things, that's the tree urban forestry. There's actually like a TO maps that shows in. Yes, that's it. Okay, so you can see the subject property here. Yes, it's on a corner lot. So if you look, the two neighbors that have just spoken, if you come down below, it's 44 and it's 46, and both of those neighbors have second levels in their houses already. I've already mentioned this, and so they're they're upset about a neighbor doing something that they already enjoy. I just like to point that out to the committee. Number 43 across the street that you can see to the right, that was approved for a second story in March 2017, and the application number for that is A0369/16FC. So that is a verified variance that has been approved right across the street. I don't know how else to say that, and also I mentioned 9 Dale around the corner approved at 9.82 meters. So I don't know how else to say that. I'm sorry these neighbors are upset. I've known my client. We were both hockey dads together. I've known him for many years. He's a really good guy. He's not in the neighborhood to upset people. This is his first house that he's owned in quite a while, and he wants to improve it and make it nice for him and his family. And it's just too small the way it is. So I don't really know what to say outside of the fact. Again, these are very minor variances. There has been precedent set in the neighborhood, and I feel that these certainly meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I hope this will be approved.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for your feedback. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? Any comments? I see none. All right, thank you, Andrew, for speaking with us, and the neighbors as well who spoke with us today. We take the matter into committee now. Committee members, comments, thoughts, deliberations, or are you ready with a motion? Any comments? I see there's some thinking going on there. Member Gary, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think we've canvassed quite a bit here, and in looking at the variances requested, I believe that those are minor. It's a second story addition being built here. So I'm prepared to bring forward a motion to move approval of the variances requested, subject to urban forestry condition. I have my notes as condition 1. So I would move approval with, sorry, with condition 1. So I'll put that out there for other members to consider.
Thank you, Member McKay, for that. I'm looking for a seconder, Member Igor.
Hi, Madam Chair. I just want to, if I can say a comment first, and then I'll second the motion. I just wanted
Please.
to let members know, I counted 10 at least different houses on the same street that have 2 stories. So I'm not sure about this maximum of 1 story in terms of that being implemented and followed. It seems like, as has already been mentioned, it's from an old bylaw, and some of these houses that I've noted are not sort of new, which means it gives me the impression that they've been built at 2 stories for quite some time. So I am comfortable seconding this motion for approval based on that and the responses we've gotten from the applicant.
Thank you, Member Igor. All in favor of this motion? All opposed? Member Said opposes the motion. However, the motion is carried and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you. All right, we move to our next item, item 18. Item 18 is 439.
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Okay. It may be my computer, or it may be the overall one. We're going in and out, and I noticed we're approaching 1 o'clock, and often staff need to change something or other about this time. Our computer is more consistent. I'm asking whether that is necessary.
Just checking with staff. Staff, could you please respond?
Through the chair, the maximum for the I guess for the YouTube stream is 4 hours, I believe. When did we start? The stream was started at 10, so we do have some time.
2 o'clock. Okay.
2 o'clock. So I would leave it up to the committee to consider. We have 3 more items left in the morning agenda. Perhaps just going through.
Yeah. So
proceeding.
So committee members, we have confirmation that we have no issues with the YouTube stream for the morning session or for this session. We have 3 more items left. Do you want to break at this point, or do we just carry on, get through all the 3, and then take a break and then come back for the afternoon items? I'm in your hands, however the committee wants to proceed.
Madam Chair, can we take a break of like 5 minutes and then come back?
Sure, we can take a 5-minute quick refresher nature break, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes, get through our 3 items, and then take a break and then come back for our afternoon session. Thank you. All right, so we are going to take a break for 5 minutes, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock, I guess. 1 o'clock. Thank you. So, welcome back, everyone. We are resuming our morning session and still going through our morning, items on the morning session agenda. We're at item 18. And for item 18, can I please have the applicant Cynthia Henderson? Thank you, staff. Cynthia, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we're looking at your item 18, which is for 4395 Shepherd Avenue East. And how would you like to proceed, Cynthia? Would you like to make a presentation or would you go right into the questions or discussion?
Well, I can just give an overview, a very brief overview.
Sure, please.
The application is to make this building a community center and make it accessible. So we've been brought in as the architecture firm to have those drawings prepared. So when we went to the zoning, we noticed that the variances were all existing except for the one that we could address, which is parking. And so right presently we have 8 parking spaces and what's required is 24. So the client and owner of the Filipino Center of Toronto has looked and talked to people who own parkades, for example, the Oriental Center. So there's parking spaces there. There's a street right adjacent their building called Fulham with parking spaces and a restaurant nearby. So we've been able to achieve that, and that was the one outstanding variance which we felt was important to address. And otherwise, we do have support from the Councillor Meyer's office, and we can address the transportation and the urban forestry letters.
Thanks, Cynthia, for your time. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cynthia, could you give us a breakup of this parking requirements? I understand you have only 8 parking spots and your cover letter says 16 parking spots you are going to be borrowing it or using the parking in the other properties. So most of them are in the nearby adjacent restaurant parking. So before I go to second part of my question, I just want to hear from you, what is the breakup of these 16 parkings?
Well, I think on Fulham Street, we have at least 6 to 8 parking spaces on Fulham Street. It's a neighborhood street right adjacent the building. So that's a very handy place to park. And then the other place to park would be at the Oriental Center, which is just across the intersection, south, I guess we southwest corner. So that's an underground parking parkade, which has many spaces. I don't know how many, but certainly what we could accommodate what we need through that.
Excuse me, and how many parkings? These are the parkings which are across the road or maybe right at the intersection, but there is a restaurant next to your this community center.
Yes.
Which have a lot of parking. So how many parkings you will be using from that particular restaurant?
Well, we said in our statement here, we have at least 4 on Fulham Street. In the restaurant, we could at least get 16. That's Jesse's. There's at least 16 spaces there. So we're able to provide at least 20. And with ours, you know, on our own lot, that's going to be 27 or 28 spaces. So yeah, we've got Jesse, we've said approximately 20 available parking spaces. And we said that the Fulham Street, 4 spaces, but we think there's probably a bit more. I just went down the street with the owner, Marianne San Juan, last week, and it's quite a long block, so that could be something that's much more direct, and you don't have to worry about people looking at you in the parking lot of the restaurant if there's other people there. But a restaurant, they do like to have the Filipinos. I think the Filipinos give them business as well, so they have a good relationship.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, my second part of the question is, I got the breakup, and what the document is in front of me says that 16 parking spot from the nearby restaurant. I cannot find out like what kind of agreement you have regarding this agreement. whether or not this number of parking spots are available with the other properties, and what are their actual requirements. For example, if the restaurant is giving away 16 parkings to you, they have 20 parking, so they left with a few other parkings. So what is their actual number of parking? What is their actual requirements? This is not clear from the application unless you provide us some kind of, I mean, this detail is not there. I am just taking your words or the things in front of me. From the application, there is no such clear-cut binding things that you have the access to these parkings.
Okay. We do have the Oriental Center as well, which is an underground parkade, so that is available. Now, I have the information from Marianne San Juan that she has spoken to the restaurant. If you want me to get the exact designated spots, we can, but we've got certainly the surplus over the Oriental Parkade, and that is going to be something that the center would promote. So there's a lot of spaces there.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Member Say. Thank you, Cynthia. Member Gary. Yes, please.
Well, just follow up with a question to her on the parking. So across the street, that Oriental Center, is that commercial parking? In other words, persons wanting to park there have to pay a fee.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
That's it?
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Member McKay. All right. Thank you, Cynthia. I did not have any comment, but we do have sorry? Igor, sorry, I didn't see that. Igor, please go ahead.
No worries, Madam Chair. I just wanted if the applicant can clarify at the very beginning, they discussed that they were aware of the two conditions. Can you let us know what those two conditions were that you were referencing?
Yes. One condition was for transportation, and they analyzed our parking spaces and requested that we add 1.5 meters to our accessible spot. We have that. We will do that. That is no problem at all. And then the second letter was from Urban Forestry, and we meet all of those conditions because we have an arborist report and we have all those trees documented, and we're not going to harm any tree or take down any tree. They're all going to be protected and maintained. And so when I spoke to the David, sorry, I don't know the last name, at Urban Forestry, he said he was quite happy with that result, and all I have to do is when we go in for building permit, put in that application with that information.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, just to clarify, so there's no urban forestry conditions then, is that correct?
Correct, that is correct. There are no urban forestry conditions.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Member Macaulay.
Okay, one last question just to clarify what we're dealing with here.
Yes.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Member Macaulay.
18. About where you're. Sorry.
You'll have to start all over again,
Yes.
Member Macaulay.
Oh, sorry. I think I understand the question.
To your letter. Sorry, to your letter. Oh, okay. Can you answer then, please?
I understand you asked me if they acquired the building in 2018. Is that correct?
No, I asked you if they have occupied the building since that time.
I don't know the answer to that entirely. I'd have to, because I've just been brought into this project in the last year. So I don't know, but I could ask the owner to respond to that. In terms of the occupancy, they do have an office rented in the front, 2 offices at least. So that occupancy has been dealt with. And because they're a community center, they do have a lot of office work and paperwork to deal with the people come in from their communities who need help They even have like assistance for people who are newcomers. So they're a very vibrant community. They were based in Cabbagetown before they purchased this building. So they have a very good, strong, vibrant membership and community going. They just wanted to create a better building in this neighborhood.
Yeah, my question really is getting back to your issue with parking. If they've been occupying the building for 4 years, they would have determined what the parking usage is for them versus the parking. And sometimes that's quite different. When we're looking at this, I like to be practical. If 8 spaces is all you use because you have transit or you've got parking elsewhere, then that's appropriate. If you haven't been occupying it for the last 4 years, then we don't really know whether 8 spaces is sufficient. That's my whole reason for asking here.
Well, I know that they have owned the building and they do things in the building, whether it be smaller groups and then the office use. So the parking number hasn't really been brought up except through this particular application as a use that they're trying to get approved, and then the parking happened to be one of the variances. Yes, if you do have more than a certain number of people in your building, you're going to require parking. And that has obviously come up through this application. But they did want to find out how they could get it. And it's a perfect location for their community center. The parking is only 8 spaces, but they have other alternatives that they researched quite a bit. So when you buy a building, you think the use is going to be good. Mostly it has to do with the actual square footage and the location. So yes, you're right about buses. Many people do that kind of transit as well. So did they analyze this for parking? I mean, is that kind of where you're coming from when they bought this building? I don't have the answer to that question, but we're here now and we're trying to create answers to the parking.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll have more opportunities to speak. Let's go to our
Okay, thank you. You can understand to approve 8 spaces as being sufficient parking for this. So
Member Macaulay, just check at your end if you're having some connection issues. You're getting cut out, and unfortunately, there's delays as well in hearing from you. I'll come back to you later on once you get a chance to take a look at your connection.
I'm okay.
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 Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go and speak with our registered neighbor here, Ibrahim Jahangiri. Hello, Ibrahim. Are you with us?
Through the chair, Ibrahim is not present.
Not present. Okay. All right. So Ibrahim had registered to speak with us. He's not present. So we will move on and get back to our deliberation or question answer. So anything else that you would like to say, Cynthia, at this time before we take the matter into committee?
The thing I would like to say is that I did speak to the neighbor, Mr. Jahangiri, about his letter, and we had responded to his letter, and he was asking about the center if they had any measures in place to not park in his space. And they have measures in place, they have signs in place, so they do not park in his parking space, which is the retail strip mall right adjacent to my neighbor, or adjacent the owner of the SCT. So he was happy with that. As long as those things are being, measures are being taken, he was fine with that instruction and make sure nobody parks in his space. So they have implemented that instruction. So I don't know what else he was asking about, would we expand the building? And no, there's no expansion going on. We're just trying to make the interior suitable.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Use.
Yeah, since he's not here, we did receive his letter of objection And I understand that he's also in discussion with staff regarding any of the necessary measures that have to be in place. I'm not going to speak more to that because we're not fully up to date on that, but I'm assuming that he should be able to resolve the issues that he had between yourselves and staff and speaking with staff as well. So let's move on to the actual application. So I take the matter into committee now. Thank you, Cynthia, for speaking with us. Committee members, Member Igor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put forward a motion for approval with conditions from Transportation Services. I'll also note that the memo for Transportation Services, they were okay with the reduction of parking spaces. I'm sure folks there do traffic analysis and studies to ensure that there's an appropriate amount of parking and that there isn't overspill into the neighborhoods in such a way that would be seen as a negative to the area. So I am confident in their assessment that they have no issue with that parking reduction variance. Yeah, and I'll move for approval with that condition around the accessible parking space.
Thank you, Member Igor. I echo your comments as well. You've articulated it quite well, and the experts have looked at it and have confirmed that there are no concerns. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the application subject to the condition from Transportation Services memo dated, it was January 14th. May I have a seconder, please? Okay, Member McKay seconds the motion. Please go ahead, Member McKay.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm a little uneasy about parking, but I'm prepared to second that motion to approve as outlined by my colleague.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to the condition as stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and the committee.
You're welcome. We now move to item 19, and item 19 is for 24 Anson Avenue. Can we please have the applicant, Yasu Somalingam, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, my name is Yasu Somalingam. I am the authorized agent and the applicant on this application.
Thank you, Yasu. So Yasu, we have your application before us to allow a new dwelling, and for that purpose, you need 6 variances. Do you have any comments at this time, or would you like to make a presentation or go right to the questions?
I can make a brief presentation. I would like to eliminate the last variance, item number 6, the maximum height of building structure. So, sorry, not 9. The one item number 4.
There's 2 actually for the height. One is variance number 3 and the other is 6. Which one?
No, the wall height, which is item number 4.
Oh.
Eliminating that one.
So you're not eliminating the proposed height of the building, you're eliminating the variance number 4, which is related to height of the side exterior main walls.
That's right.
Okay, so item 4 is being withdrawn by Yasu on the floor.
And item 4 and 6 will have the reduced variances, which is item 4 will have a...
No, item 3.
Sorry, item 3 will have a 9.31 instead of 9.47.
Okay, so let staff make that changes on the screen so that we can all follow through. So variance number 3, the proposed height of the building is 9.31.
That's right.
Okay,
and variant number 6, it's 9.37 instead of 9.53.
So the proposed height of the building is 9.37.
That's correct. Basically, this is a single-family home. It's a new house to be erected on a existing house to be demolished. And we are seeking these variances. One is associated with lot coverage, other one is GFA, and the other one's a little bit tricky one. We never went through this in the past. Item number 5, which is because of its 1.5 garage, but the bylaw dictates that either it can be one car garage width or 2 car garage width. But my client is seeking 1.5 garage because he has an elderly in-law which are going to be living in this house, and they need a little bit wider garage instead of single car garage, and also he need a wider driveway, same width as the width of the garage, which we normally get it, but it came as a zoning deficiency there, so we had to ask for the variance. Other than that, we are complying with all other requirements such as minimum front yard setback, side yard setback, rear yard setbacks, maximum depths, and sort of thing. It's a deeper lot. So my client would like to have some comfortable space. Like if you look at the floor plans, it's a one additional bedroom with a washroom. He's asking in the ground level so his in-law can be habited in the house together with them. Other than that, it's compared to the new houses which been built, and the variances that we are asking are in compliance with the past variance being allowed, and to the new houses being built in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yasu. Members of the committee, any questions? Okay, I see none. If there are any follow-up questions, Member McKay, please go ahead.
Well, I'll just say, there seems to be an urban forestry condition number 2. Is that agreeable to his client?
Yes, Mr. McCauley, yes, we agree to the urban forestry conditions.
Okay, thanks, Member McKay, for that. Okay, if there are questions, we'll always come back and you'll have an opportunity to ask. For now, we're going to move on to speaking with the neighbor. Colleen Rumball. Colleen, are you with us?
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Colleen Rumball. I reside at 18 Anson Avenue, which is just west of the proposed build. And I had two areas of concern with respect to this proposed build. My neighbors and I are concerned about the builds that are going on in the neighborhood, and there seems to be a push. So I was happy to see a reduction in the height and the other ones that have come through today. But there seems to be a push for pushing the houses deeper into the lots and covering much more space of the lot, which do and are leading to a change in the way the neighborhood is looking. So that is a concern of myself and the many of the neighbors in the area. The second concern, and I'm sorry, but I did not see what forestry restrictions or could somebody educate me as to what forestry put on?
Sure. Staff, can you pull up the conditions? So it's actually condition number 2, and I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it's condition number 2 from Urban Forestry that requires submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree as per City of Toronto codes.
Okay, so my second concern then will sort of tie into this. Currently, there are 5 saplings that have been planted recently into the backyard of 24 Anson Avenue. And these 5 saplings have been planted because there was an illegal removal of a mature tree in the front yard. From what I can see, or I won't even make a comment on it, I'll throw this question back. How are these 5 trees going to be protected? Because they are saplings, and my understanding of the removal of trees is that they have to meet certain conditions. And because they're saplings, there would be no restriction on cutting these trees down. Can somebody respond to how these trees will be protected? Or if it doesn't matter and they've planted the trees, so now they can go ahead and take them down?
So, Colleen, I'd say that we're going to ask Yasu, the applicant, to respond to it, but I will let you first complete your thoughts and comments, and then we'll go back to Yasu for an answer for that one.
Okay, so really the two concerns, which I think are pretty clear, what I have said to you, and then just my statement, I have a very small knowledge of bylaws and variances. I have a very small knowledge of the plan. And just in the communications that have come from you, I'm relying heavily on the COA's role, which is to ensure that the 4 tests are met while being flexible at the same time. So it's a comment that's my expectation of you, is that you will carry out that role. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Colleen, for that comment, and we try our best to make decisions based on the requirements of the Act, which is to ensure that the applications meet the 4 tests. I wouldn't say we're always perfect, but we try our best, and we take into account any evidence that's available and has been presented to us at the committee today, either in writing or an oral submission. So thank you for that. We are going to speak with our next resident, Janet May.
Oh, sorry, can I have an answer to my question? Or do I have to wait?
You have to wait, unfortunately, Colleen. That's sort of the procedure of the hearing, is that we let the, speakers like yourself complete, and then once we have everything, then we'll go back to the applicant for a response. We can't go back and forth. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Janet May, please. Hello, Janet. Are you with us?
Hello. My name is Janet May, and I live on Harewood Avenue, just around the corner from 24 Anson. I am a director of the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association, and we are an incorporated residents association registered and recognized by the City of Toronto. The RA is working to preserve the unique nature of our neighborhood and does not support the application to replace the dwelling located at 24 Anson. We are supportive of development that respects the existing characteristics of our neighborhood, but strenuously oppose overdevelopment, which removes the healthy tree canopy, which, as you have heard, has happened on the front lawn of 24 Anson, an illegal tree removal, reduces privacy, and does not respect the built form of the existing houses. Can you please pull up the opposition supporting materials, please? I'm asked staff.
Sure.
It is the FSI plots. Thank you. CSVSWRA does not think that this proposal meets the intent and purpose of Toronto's official plan. Policy 4.1.5 requires development in established neighborhoods to respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the geographic neighborhood. The policy clarifies that prevailing physical character will be determined by the most frequently occurring form of dwelling type in that neighborhood. In this case, the most frequently occurring dwelling is bungalows and victory homes, which you can see from the FSIs and GFAs on Anson. The official plan also considers neighborhoods to be physically stable, areas that see very little physical change, and this change will be gradual over time. This is not happening in our neighborhood. We fully understand that precedent does not come into your decision-making process, but I note that prior committee of adjustment approvals of minor variances are changing the character of this immediate neighborhood. On Anson, Numbers 1, 7, 17, and 26 are already built and received approvals beyond the generous zoning guidelines. If approved, 24 Anson will be added to this list. At this rate of development, this entire block will be demolished and replaced by oversized dwellings, which does not maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan nor the zoning bylaws. Anson Avenue consists of 38 homes between Brimley Road and Randall Crescent. Over 71% of the homes on this section of Anson are affordable, 1 and 1.5 story houses. This is the prevailing character of our established neighborhood. In addition, 24 Anson consists at present of 2 affordable rental units. Approval of this application will remove rental units during Toronto's housing crisis. The tenants have already received eviction notices. As my neighbor, Ms. Rumble, noted, residents of Anson Avenue do not find this proposal a desirable use of the land, and do not support families being evicted. Desirability must be viewed from the perspective of the public rather than a private interest. It is a long-standing belief, a principle subscribed to by the committees of adjustment, that if there is an impact and an alternative solution, approval should not be granted. We understand that the committee does not necessarily adhere to numbers when determining the appropriateness of specific proposed variances. However, simply wanting relief from existing bylaw does not satisfy the burden of proof that is borne by the applicant. In closing, we welcome and support positive development in our neighborhood, but the requested variances in this application are not minor, are not desirable, and do not maintain the intent and purpose of either the official plan or the zoning bylaws. And we request that you refuse this application. Thank you for providing this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon.
Thank you, Janet, for those comments. Any questions from committee? Any comments? Okay, I see none. All right, so now we go back to the applicant, Yasu. So Yasu, I hope you were making some good notes. There were 2 particular questions of Colleen that you wanted answers to with regards to some saplings that have been planted in the backyard and the permit as requested or as recommended by the urban forestry.
Yes, Madam Chair, I put notes here. Regarding the trees, we rely on the survey being provided to us, and then we don't see any kind of trees there. But however, we had to go through the urban forestry approval, and we will be identifying all those trees and then make sure we protect that. And this is a very deeper lot, but I don't believe it's this new construction is going to have any effect on these trees. But however, we will be definitely work with the urban forestry on these all the tree matters. Without their approval, I don't believe I can even get a building permit issued for this. And regarding the second issue for the deeper house, if you look at the site plan, you can see that the proposed house on this property is even lesser in depth compared to the newly built house on the next door property. And the bylaw requirements for the maximum depth is 17 meters, and then we are only 16.06 meters. And maximum depth from the setback line is 19 meters, and we are only 16.16 meters. So we are much less than what's been even allowed under zoning. Now the other comments generally about how the building permits are being issued and the 2-story houses are taking the whole neighborhood. I don't believe it's in our jurisdiction. All we are concerned now here is that how the zoning is affecting on this particular property. And even their charts clearly shows that we are in general in line with what's been approved for new houses in the neighborhood, even less than what's been approved, a little bit less than what's other properties being approved, like 26 and 35 based on the statistic which they have provided. Even less than number 17 as well, and in line with the rest of the properties. In general, if you look at this particular project and are we exceeding on these variances, we are in general in conform with the 3 tests, and then that's why we are asking for this variance. I know there's an issue with the tenants, issues with those tenants at the property, and they are kind of creating some issue as per the client, but I don't want to discuss about that. That's not a planning issue. And all we had to make sure that we comply with those 3 tests, and then we are well within those compliance. And furthermore, the immediate 2 properties, the neighbors of these 2 properties have no concern on this application, and they have even signed the support letters for my client.
Okay, thank you, Yasu. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. All right. Okay. So thank you, Yasu, for your time and responding to the questions and all the neighbors who participated. I'll take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments, or are you ready with a motion? Yasu did acknowledge the urban forestry condition, and I don't believe there's anything else. Any member would like to make a comment or take the lead? Okay, Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before putting the motion, I would just comment on that. Although we have, there is a petition of those who are not supporting this application, but while looking at the variances before the committee, these variances are minor. The numbers are not that high. So with that, I feel safe because it's not going to be impacting the character of the street as it was stated, or it's not going to be a huge building or big house. So looking at the numbers, it's okay. And thank you, Yasu, for acknowledging the urban forestry condition. So I am okay with that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. You're okay, or that's a motion?
If the other members have
Okay.
no comments, I can go
Okay.
forward for that.
I'm not seeing any comments. Last call, any comments? I see none. Okay, perfect. So please go ahead, Member Said, and put forward a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item 19, subject to the urban forestry condition number 2.
As amended, because Yasu made a change on the floor.
I apologize. Yes.
No, it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, this approval is for the amended variances, subject to the condition of urban forestry.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, all right. I second that motion to approve this amended variance application, subject to that urban forestry condition.
Thank you, Member McKay. All in favor of this motion? And all opposed? Okay, Member Macaulay opposes the motion. However, the motion gets carried and the application has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Item 20, 134 Gradwell Drive. Can we please have the applicant, Z Wong or Wang? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm looking at the wrong one. It is Ida Evangelista for item 20. Just looking at the next one.
Good, excuse me, sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you, Ida. My apologies. I had a different name in front of me.
No
So,
worries.
okay, it's the time of the day.
No
So,
worries.
Ida, we have your application before us, and we are looking at it. We have, would you like to make a presentation, or do you want to go right into the questions?
Madam Chair, if I can ask, is it was it held due to questions or registrants?
So there are two neighbors who, sorry, there's one neighbor who had registered to speak with us, and I'm not sure if that speaker is still there. That speaker is online with us, and it is Audrey Clark from 136
Okay.
Gradwell. So that's why the item was
Okay.
held. So,
Okay, Madam Chair. If I can just go through and do a very quick presentation,
please.
just outlining what the variances are, and that way Ms. Audrey at 136 can also see why we're asking for the variances that we're asking for. So this particular area is undergoing reinvestment. You'll notice there's, a mix. There's bungalows, 2 stories, 1.5 stories. And what we're proposing here is, right now it's currently a bungalow, and we are proposing a 2-story home. And that's why we are asking for a 0.65 FSI. However, and we also have to take into account that these bylaws stem from years ago, and so now that's why they're all looked at on an application-to-application basis. So the proposed FSI of 0.65 is for the 2 stories. However, if we take a look at just the footprint of the first story, it's an FSI of 0.32, and because of the 2 stories, and as we know, and we're asking for 6.5. Now, our lot coverage, we are asking for 33.1%. Which was, it's actually 33.09. This additional square footage equates to approximately 2.47 square feet that we are asking for in addition to what is permitted. Our main wall height. So we do have a main wall height. So what we have here is a transitional home, which is the new style that, many people are, in demand today. So this transitional style home has a peak along with some modern features. And the main wall height that we're asking for is taken to the flat portion that starts at the front of the house and carries over to the side of the house. And if you review my submission, I've actually outlined on my submission, I believe it's page 4, and you'll also see it on page 3, the architectural feature that I'm referring to. We do have variances 5 and 6. Relate to the main pedestrian entrance. It's very similar. I believe it's slightly lower than what the house currently has right now. But if you go to the pictures that I included on pages 5, 6, and 7, you'll see that what we're asking for the main pedestrian entrance is very characteristic to the neighborhood. Our overall height. So we do have an overall height of 9.97. We are asking for an additional 0.97 meters in height, and that allows us the peak, and it also allows for additional space on the second floor headroom. So with the variances that you have in front of you, I respectfully submit, Madam Chair and members, that this is a desirable and appropriate use of the subject lands, and it is consistent with the OP and the zoning bylaw. This is a minor form of intensification, and I am open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ida. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ida, honestly speaking, I have some concern about the height of the building, and now you are presenting and you pointed out that because of certain architectural feature, which maybe I could not check from the drawing, I could not follow that, but it was not clear to me while I am checking on variance number 4, where the main wall height, site main wall height is about 8.53, but the height of the roof in variance number 3 and another variance, it goes to close to 10. So what are those, what are the triggering factor over here which is causing this much height?
So through you, Madam Chair. So in this particular neighborhood, the overall permitted height is 9 meters. So and we'll see in various areas of the city, there's 9, there's 10, and there's 11. And as I mentioned, these bylaws, when they amalgamated, they were not re-reviewed. So in this particular instance, yes, we are asking for an additional 9.97 on the overall height. However, our second floor, our heights of our floors are not excessive. They're 8 feet and 9 feet, which is standard. The second floor has a ceiling height of 8 feet. And as I mentioned earlier, through you, Madam Chair, member, my apologies, the main wall height, because that architectural feature, so that it just provides some, it provides some architectural interest from the street, right? Because this is a transitional style home, and it provides that feature. And as you can see it on the screen, so there is a feature that is flat and it carries from the front and to the back. So that's why we have that main wall height of 8.53. And as I mentioned, because this particular area has a height of 9, with the greatest of respect, asking for an additional 0.93 to allow for the peak roof instead of like the flat, I believe is very modest, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Member Said, are you satisfied or do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand these are, this is really the design is, the architecture of this building is a little bit different, but the clarification from the applicant was good, and yeah, that's satisfied my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks, Member Said. Any other questions? I don't see any. All right, let's move on, and we'll speak to our neighbor who has registered to speak with us, Audrey Clark. Hello, Audrey, are you with us? Hello, are you with us, Audrey?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me express my concern. Yes, I live 136. I'm Audrey Clark, 136 Bradwell Drive. Now, the house that we're talking about is directly south of me. We've got not a lot of space between that house and this house. And I have to go along with your number 19, the people that were talking in number 19, that this area is changing so quickly. And it just seems that the houses are getting taller and taller and taller, and we don't have a lot of space between these houses. So it seems to be very excessive. I'm going to bring up what somebody brought up about the lighting that will not be coming into my house anymore. I'm in a little A-frame. So that was my big concern about the height. My other concern is about the floor space and my driveway as it stands now, which has been probably since 1940, I've been here for 30 years, is the width between my house and 134's house. And this driveway is paved, and at the bottom there is the curb that allows for the width of the driveway. And I'm very concerned because it is narrow now, and just taking away from any of that will be concerning to me. So thank you for listening to me. Those are my two concerns.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Audrey, for taking the time to speak with us. We note that you have concerns with the height of the building and mostly from, with respect to the height and the impacts on the neighborhood. Okay, well, thank you so much. We'll go back to Ida and see what how would she like to respond?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I understand Audrey's concerns. I would like to add that we are not asking for any side yard setbacks. So we do comply with the side yard setback. So between Audrey's house and my house and 134, she has a side yard because that's where her driveway is of 3.05, and we're at 0.91. So that does allow for a lot of light for her property. The rear of her property is west facing, so she will still continue to get sun throughout the day, and moreover from mid-afternoon to late afternoon, and in the summer months even more so. The FSI, as I previously mentioned, we are asking, and the reason why the increase in the FSI is we are asking for a second floor. But if we look at the footprint on the first floor, our FSI is 0.32, well below what the permitted 0.50 is. So typically that will, the number does increase due to the two floors. We are not asking for a length variance, and we also are not asking for for side yard setback variances. And I believe I addressed Ms. Clark's comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Igor has some questions for you, maybe?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a really quick clarification regarding the comment that was made by the neighbor around their driveway. Can you just confirm for the committee that that'll stay intact, or there won't be any sort of narrowing or issues with regards to that? I believe that you folks will be staying within your own footprint, but I think if we could have that clarification, I think it'd be great.
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Igor, yes, most definitely. All work will have to be completed and maintained on the property of 134. There will be no disruption to her access at all. I will also just, for her own comfort level, I'll have both the builders and the owner go out and have a chat with her and see how, it can be accommodated just to make it easier for her in ways of, the future build and construction. So it's not disruptive to the neighbors. I always do that as a matter of right anyways, right? Because they do have to live with that for several months. So, as we know that once they go through the building permit stage, there has to be a lot grading and drainage plan so that all waters are, again, maintained on the property itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Member Igor. Any further questions for Ida? Okay, I see none. All right, let's go back to, so thank you, Ida, for speaking with us and explaining and responding to the questions. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any comments, any thoughts? Okay, Member Gary, please go ahead.
Well, two of the variances relate to height because we have the omnibus bylaw of 2013, and then we have the earlier community Cliffcrest zoning. So really, it's just one matter as to height. The street view on Google looks like, or I agree with the applicant that it's transitional. It's transitional happening here. So that's how I see it. I'd support a motion for approval here, subject to the urban forestry condition. In fact, maybe instead of just saying that, I will put forward a motion then to approve the minor variance applications asked for, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
That's number 1.
Yeah, it's number 1.
It's number 1? All right, I apologize. I had it,
No
my
problem.
note was 2. All right, urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay,
All right,
perfect.
thank you.
No problem. All right, so Member McKay has a motion on the floor to approve the application subject to condition number 1 from Urban Forestry. May I have a seconder? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously, subject to condition. Thank you very much, everyone, for taking the time to speak with us today. We are at the end of our agenda for the morning items. We have dealt with all the items from 1 to 20.
Through the chair, the PM session, or sorry, the AM session is now concluded. I believe the chair, you wish to take a 30-minute break, lunch break. So if it's okay with you, I'll make the announcement. We will reconvene at 2:30. And for viewers on YouTube, for the PM session, please log into the on the YouTube channel, the YouTube link for the PM session for the Scarborough virtual public hearing, which will reconvene at 2:30.
Perfect. Thank you very much, staff. So to all those listening in, please tune into the PM session and we'll return at 2:30. Thank you very much.